Okay, good afternoon, folks. Excuse me a second. Right, I was just adjusting something there. Okay, hope everyone is well. Good afternoon. So I have just taken a trade on my other chart. Just that new account I picked up yesterday. I picked up I'll show you the trade I took. Now, I don't mind taking a risk on that one new account. I've had 19 for a while now. It was just that one account. And to be honest with you, I like that. It was a second entry short, failed breakout here. I took it for 4 contracts and I just took it out at the base here, which I was expecting to stop out, and it did comfortably, a little bit of a pullback. So I'll lock that account now with the rest of them. So that was the one there. Yeah, second entry short, failed breakout of here, up to the key entry point. I like that. So I went for a little bit more of a risk there, 4 contracts, but you know, a couple of accounts I picked up yesterday, $16 each, $32, and I paid $125 for the account. So it's like $160 risk, which has made me, after commissions, $530. So I'll trade that sort of carefully now. So let's have a look. Karina, good morning to you. Daryl, how you doing? Exponential, good morning. S, good morning. John, good morning. Speedy, how you doing? Okay, so overnight, we had this little move up overnight and then this big sell-off. Not sure what caused that. Whether it was just after this, we had 2 attempts and then we pulled back. But it was a fair old move that was overnight. Literally from there, right down there, 75 points, more or less straight down. Very little in the way of pullbacks. I mean, that's a reasonable size sell-off in one steep move, really. So as you can see, I had a $1,600 payment. I'll show you. I tend to show you whenever I get these trades. That was the one there, $1,600. It was approved just after 12 UK time. Those are the other 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, sorry, 5. So $250 each, 2.5, and that makes $4,100. Now, I'm still waiting on a $1,700 one, which I put in last night. I think after today, there's probably going to be another $1,000 and probably another $1,000 in a few days. Just got the email that Ninja Trader sold to Kraken. Has it really? Interesting. How long did it take you to get? It took a while, actually, Johnny. A couple of days, I think, which is slower than normal. But I did notice on one of the Facebook groups that a few people said it was taking a bit of time, and they'd emailed it, and Apex said just be a little bit patient, and sorted it. Ping this morning, so I put a $1,700 one in last night. Yeah, for $1.5 billion to Kraken. See, I use Kraken. Well, I did. I sold all my crypto a few weeks ago. I like Kraken. So I wonder whether it'll be cheaper to use, because I find if I withdraw, which I've only done once just to check it, it's like $30 just to withdraw from, or $40. No, it's pounds actually. I think it's 30 or 40 pounds to withdraw from Ninja Trader, which is quite expensive, I think, really. So we'll see. Oh, is it really? $1.5 billion. Wow. Certainly plenty of money around, isn't there? I'll have to look into that later, see how things will change. You are my motivation, mate. Good. If I motivate people, that's good. I'm happy with that. It just goes to show that as bad as I've done in the past, we haven't closed below there, as bad as I've done, you guys who've been around here for a while have seen me literally 5, I'll show you, have seen me literally on my arse struggling like hell, and now you see me making money. So I had 19 accounts, and do you remember Patrick Whelan had a sort of a one-time offer for those $16? So I took 2 of them, blew one past one, and paid $125. So it's about $160. So I've got no money in the account, and I saw that. Now after this big move down, a couple of legs up, my guess this was coming down. We started going a bit sideways. We had a failed breakout. So I risked a little bit more than normal, went for 4 contracts, and just rode it to the bottom. I was convinced it was going to break below there, fell breakout anyway, and it did what I expected. So it's given that new account a little bit of a boost. So I'll trade that now, just one contract with the rest of them. I don't mind taking a bit of a risk sometimes, but I like that. Clearly going sideways. We've got that move down, clearly going sideways. Second entry short and a failed breakout, which just worked perfectly, actually. So that was the one there. So yeah, so all good. So things are good at the moment. Things are going well at the moment. And it's made a difference as well, coming down to one contract. You can still earn plenty of money. I thought 2 contracts I've got to do, but you really don't, actually. It's half my risk, and the way the ATR's been lately, it has come down a little bit. It was down a bit yesterday, but it hasn't been in the 2s, the 2 points for it's got to be a month or 2, isn't it? It's got to be. So Ninja Trader sold. Interesting. I haven't had any messages or anything I know of. I'll tell a lie. I signed up for that about 3.5 years ago in a different email. Let me have a look. Okay. Ninja Trader support. Important Ninja Trader company update. Yeah, I have got it. Agree. Acquired by Kraken. More than 15 million clients. They've got a lot of clients. 15 million people use Ninja Trader. Good grief. That's more than I would ever thought. 15 million clients globally. Wow. Crikey. So yeah, if anybody is waiting, it took me a couple of days to get my payout approved, which was a little bit longer than normal. It's usually in less than 12 hours, but yeah, it took a couple of days. So we have got some news coming up at 2 o'clock UK time in about 20 minutes. It is medium impact news. It may do something, it may not. Trump speaking. I don't know why they don't change that to high impact news, because usually when Trump speaks, the market. So we'll make sure we're aware of that. I put that there, and I have got my alarm set here just in case anybody isn't aware of this. I think most of you probably are now. This is from Jan, our friend Jan, and he developed this. Great, I love it. Just stick your fingers in your ears. I'm just going to test these alarms. That's the blue one that I have 5 minutes before. One more. That's the red one. You can't miss that. It's in your face, obvious. And it's free to download this. You can give him a donation. He does accept donations, as he would. But it's basically free to use, and I think that's pretty good. But I've been looking for something like this for a while with a big alarm, because as much as I've got this written, when you're zeroed in here and you're focusing, it's very... What kind of taxes? I'll let you know at the end of the year, bud. So I'm officially going to lump this in and start my business at the beginning of the tax year. So I've kept all my profits in a separate account. So I'm unsure what to do, whether to go. I'm going to speak to a friend of mine who's had a limited company for 15 years. Now, I have 2 issues. Now, I believe that when you get to 100,000 plus, there's more financial benefits moving over to a limited company, because a limited company, in the UK anyway, it may be slightly different in the US. You can pay yourself a wage and then pay yourself in dividends. So it can work out that you're better off tax. Also, a limited company is kept separate from a sole trader. So any personal assets, if you ever got into any financial difficulty, unless you'd secured any type of loans on your name, any personal assets don't get affected if, the worst happened. But from a trader's point of view, we've not really got any overheads. I don't need vehicles. I don't need premises. I've not got to take out any loans to grow the business. You know, there's very little like that. And I don't own my own home anymore. I used to. I rent. So there's no necessarily benefits there. The only question I have is, can I filter money from my Apex payments into my own brokerage account and trade that capital without first paying tax on it? I believe you can if you're a limited company, because until you technically pay yourself, you can move whatever money you want. So I'm not sure whether I can say, you know, if for 20% of whatever comes from Apex, I can put that into a brokerage account and I don't pay tax on that until I take any out and physically pay me. So I'm unsure what to do there. How much do you have saved in your mind? Saying just literally what I've made in the last 3 months. Just literally what I've in the last few months. So I wanted to wait officially to start a business. What kind of limited profits you made last year? I actually spent more than I made last year. Or I lost more than I paid. Sorry for the telegram. Don't worry, mate. No, I lost more than I made last year because I just threw money at it last year. It's only really the beginning of this year that things have changed. So, channel down, 2 attempts to push up. My belief is this could well go down. Let me just check. My accounts are
order
open.
submitted.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. One account I'm not trading at the moment.
Order cancelled.
So, 1 leg up, 2 legs up. Let's see what happens here. We've got a leg and a leg. Yeah, so I just need to find out whether I can funnel some out into a brokerage account and start to grow my own account. Because if I can't do that with a limited company, and I've got to pay tax on that, see, if I'm earning over 50, everything I earn over 50,000 or 55,000 in the UK, I pay 40% on. So if I put 10,000 over that into my own brokerage account, I'm going to be paying 4,000 of it in tax. Whereas if I can move it without technically paying for myself, I'll save myself that 4,000, and that'll go into hopefully growing the account. So leg and a leg. Yeah, I spent more than I made. I got paid 22,000 last year, but I spent more than that. In accounts and affiliates, in accounts and stuff like that, and ended up, I just threw money at it last year. So I wanted to wait till I technically broke even to sort of start a business. So back to the EMA. See what happens here. It is 2 legs up, so it may well come down. So you mean limited is better? I think so. I'm going to get some advice on it. I'm not sure, see, if let's say, for instance, I get £70,000 from Apex this year, what I'd like to do is put maybe 20,000 of it into my own brokerage account and start to grow that. So what kind of business am I going to do? It's either going to be a sole trader or a limited company. Sole trader is more simple. I've been a sole trader in a business before, about 15 years ago. I had a business for 5 years, so that's straightforward. There's nothing to it, to be fair. It's a doddle. You basically, at the end of the year, you can do it yourself. I had an accountant for the first couple of 3 years, and then I did it myself. And from a trader, there's so little in the way of overheads. If you're not paying, if you've already got your accounts and you're not paying evaluations or PA fees, it's your computer equipment, maybe any professional fees that you pay for live data or something like that. You can claim a small percentage of a room in the house, your electric and gas and stuff like that. But really, there's very little in the way of overheads. But I'm not sure. I know with a limited company that whatever I get paid into the business, I can do whatever I want with, and I don't pay tax until I withdraw it into my own account and technically pay myself. I kind of employ myself as an employee, but I can move money into a brokerage account and trade that without having to pay tax on it. Whereas if I'm a sole trader, I'm not sure whether I can do that without first paying tax on it. And if I put, say, 20,000 in this year into a brokerage account, and I've earned over 50,000, that bit is going to be liable for 40% tax. So if I don't have to pay that tax with a limited company, I'd rather that tax saving grow in my personal account, because I don't want to solely rely on prop firms, because you never know how the prop space is going to change, over the coming years. So I think it's important as well, is when you start to make this work, I think it is important to grow your own account as well, I think. Okay, there is a lower high there. I'm not taking this just in case this thing is moving up, because it could move up or it could come down and test these lows again. So until that pushes below that EMA, really, I'm not interested. If it does get below that EMA, it may take out stops like that and that, in which case I think it'll come down. LLC, EU, a lot of people open. Latam, Spain, yeah, it's hard to know. I'm not 100% sure, but I know I have a family friend who has been in business for 15 years. Sorry, has been in business for 15 years, so he'll have a better idea. But that's the difference between limited and... Okay, so there is a small second entry long there, maybe a failure. Trouble is, we're not below that EMA yet, so it still could push up. I mean, there's always a possibility, as there may be a spike in channel there or something. It's always possible. Okay, second entry long, which is triggered, so that may be a failure. Trouble is, while it's above that EMA and price is still above that EMA, I don't want to really get into a short just yet. So we got a leg down. It could just be two attempts to push higher, followed by another move down. But I'm just assuming at the moment. But if you pay taxes, you will see the money go, or I suppose, Yeah, thing is, if I earn £70,000 for argument's sake in the UK, now in the UK you get about £12,700, which you can earn, which is tax free. Between 12,700 and I think it's 55,000, you pay 20%. Anything above 55 and up to about 125, you pay 40% on that, above that amount. And I think above 125, then you go into the 45%. So if I earn 70,000, 20,000 of that or 15,000 of that will be taxed at 40%. Now, if I can save that tax and not technically pay myself and use that money to put into a brokerage account. Now, a brokerage account really is almost like a works van. It's a tool I need to invest in to make money. So if I'm a builder, I'm going to need a vehicle. So I'm pretty sure when I buy a vehicle with a sole trader, it's tax deductible, a certain amount of it. So I'm pretty it makes sense that if that money goes into a brokerage account, I shouldn't pay tax on it because it's an investment which I need. I just need to just clarify those things before I decide what technically to do. I think what I'd like to do is both. The trouble is that, I mean, the thing is the prop firm space is a gold mine, really. And if you can make money with your own money, I think you'd be daft not to use a prop firm as well. So I'd like to trade them all together. At least that way, I can live off the money I make from the prop firm, and whatever profits I make in my own account, I can just let continue to grow. And as that grows, I can slowly increase, the contract size and keep kind of the risk the same. And at least that way, if anything, ever did happen in the prop space, I've always kind of got that to fall back on. Okay, so we've got news coming up in 7 minutes. Now, I didn't used to pay too much attention to medium impact news. It used to do nothing. And then all of a sudden, 4 or 5, 6 months ago, it rocketed with news. And from then on, it's really affected the market. So it's hard to know. So it is looking like there is a spike in channel. It could still fail. It depends how much of this it pulls back. So there's from the top to the bottom. So we're up to the 50% level there. So just going to put that there. So somewhere in about there. That's where that 50% level is down. So it could still drop. But what I will suggest is we have got a spike in channel at the moment. Quick question for you guys. I was looking at a new monitor last night, 34-inch widescreen monitor. What I wanted to do is have these two charts side by side instead of one above my head. Now, if you go for it, any of you guys got a 4K monitor that you use with Ninja Trader? And if so, is this any clearer? Is it any better? Or does it not really make much difference? What I'd like to do, see, is have 2 of those widescreen and then just use one of my other 4, maybe sideways on for something or other. Okay, so 5 minutes. We got some news coming up. Does it flash twice, does it? I don't think it's ever flashed twice. Not that I'm complaining. So this line I put is a 50% pullback from this move down. So are we starting to find a little bit of support there? Okay, so there's that 50% level. Okay, 2 minutes. Now I have an LG Ultra Gear 48. Wow, 4K. Helps a lot. A scale on a chart in full HD. It looks pixelated, but not, does it really? You must have a lot of money, mate. They're quite pricey, aren't they? I think LG Ultra Gear, they're probably 48-inch long 4K. That's got to be the best part of £900 in the UK. I'll show you the one I was looking at. I won't be trading at the moment anyway because of the news. The one I had my eye on is, well, there's a couple. 600, that's cheap. There's a couple I was looking at. That was one of them. That was one of them. 34-inch wide. It's not 4K though. Yeah, once you start getting up 49, so that's a possibility. But that kind of thing I was kind of looking at. But there was a few of them, so that's definitely one of them. I think there was one of these as well. Hertz, I think, doesn't matter too much to a trader if you're a gamer. That's more important. But that was a... No, I think that was a... Yeah, so WQHD, what's that? Is that like 2K? I'm not too sure. I'm not super techie than I used to be a bit more techie. Okay, news. It's not really doing anything, is it? So, yeah, so I got a few possibilities. That's good, $600. That's what, about £480 UK. That's super cheap, that is. Okay, so news has done nothing. So we can get rid of that and get back to normal. LG Ultra Gear 48. Yeah, that's super wide, isn't it? Wow. That thing's off on a rocket, isn't it? No, it's pushed straight through that. I had about 50 down here. It's pushed a bit higher, isn't it? I mean, it could still turn. You never know, do you? But I don't know. Who knows? I'm looking for a curve screen. Does it actually make a difference? Yeah, I'm looking for a curve screen. I suppose the wider you get... I was just watching a bunch of videos. I love YouTube, I've got to say. I was watching a bunch of videos yesterday. And And if you get a flat screen, when you go wider, I just found people saying they kind of have to tilt a little bit over to look. Whereas from a trader's point of view, your eyes tend to be flicking from left or right. Gaming might be slightly different. So curve seems to be the way for me. And I think, is it 1,000 curve? I think the smaller the number, the tighter the curve. I think there seems to be 1,000 curve, which is a tighter curve, and then 1,500, which is less of a curve. So, I mean, I've got 4 monitors at the moment. I've got a 27-inch and 3 24-inch. But I just would have liked this chart and that chart kind of on the same page. But I was testing my PC last night as well, and it's still coming out. Has anybody ever used User Benchmark? My PC, although it's 3 years old, still came out at 90%. I was considering upgrading something, but I've got a Ryzen 7 3800X, 32 gig of DDR4 RAM, and I think it's a 2060, it's an NVIDIA 2060 graphics card, so it's pulling fine actually, so I don't really think I need to. If I go into Task Manager and have a look here, so let's have a look at performance. So my CPU's using about 20%. Yeah, everything seems fine there, I think. Processes. So CPU 18%, memory 28%, GPU. And bearing in mind, I've got 4 screens with a bunch of things on. I've got 2 charts. I've got my YouTube live stream. I've got my OBS, which is sort of recording everything and all that. I've got the Discord. I've got things like Flowbots running in the background and stuff like that. So I've got a bit up and running. You know, I've got the news thing, which is... So that there is just the camera, so that's kind of irrelevant, but you should update the BIOS and get the Ryzen 56 or 57 without changing motherboards. So is that going to make much of a difference? The thing is, the CPU is showing 17-18% with everything I've got running. From what I remember, Trader has improved with a GPU upgrade as well as drawing the charts. Doesn't matter how many times. So I think it's a 26. It's an NVIDIA 2060, I think. If you have ES and NQ open, it will use 2 cores. Of the GPU, you mean? So my GPU is, does it say what it is? Yeah, RTX 2060. I didn't think you need a massive boost in the way of GPU, you know, unless you were kind of gaming, which I generally don't do. But my GPU is running about 40%. So you reckon maybe upgrade the processor? That probably wouldn't cost more than a couple of £100, would it? I don't know what they are at the moment. And maybe the GPU. I've got 32 gig of RAM. That seems to be plenty at the moment. But everything seems to be okay. There's nothing that's really, apart from OBS moderate, and that's just the camera, the video camera. Everything else seems to be running relatively low. You can have 5 times frame open with ES and still only use 1 core from your processor. So you think maybe just upgrade my processor, yeah? Spot on. See, I built my computer myself. First time I've ever done it. I just watched a bunch of YouTube videos and I was shocked it worked, to be honest with you. But there's not a lot to it really if you take your time. But it was a nice challenge. I really enjoyed it actually. You can have 5 time frames open for the ES, and you will only use 1 core from your processor. From what I remember, Trader has improved with a GPU update as well as drawing charts. No matter how many. See, I think it was was it a 710 GT 710 when I first started. Great with one chart. As soon as I opened another chart, it was sticking. You think there's a much steeper channel here? I'm honestly not sure what will be better for Ninja Trader. I have to double check on their forum. Yeah. That's all right. The only thing I don't like is this big lump missing. There could be. Maybe. It's hard to say. Yeah, see, processors are relatively cheap at the moment, aren't they? Have a look. So, I mean, what could I go up to? 5800X? I mean, look at that. A Ryzen 5800X. It's only 150. 5600 would be pretty cheap, but I'm not sure about UK. Yeah, I mean, they're pretty cheap. 150 is cheap. Paid more than that for mine, I think. So that may speed things up, wouldn't it? So they're not super expensive. When you go up to the 7800X, that shoots the price up a bit, but these prices are pretty small, actually. I got no issues with paying that. I think as a trader, you kind of want as quick as you can. How much of a difference it makes in your trading? I think it's 6 cores. 57 is 8. 58 would be, I think, 16 core. 16 core usually for productivity. I'm not sure what mine is, actually. It's a 3800X. So 3800X. It's 8 cores, the 3800Xs. So the 58 will be 16 cores. So more cores, the better, really. I'm not super technical, but I'm assuming more cores, the better. Excuse me. Pretty straightforward, wouldn't it? Take the other one out, clean off the thermal paste, put some more, put it back in, stick your fan back on. Should be pretty straightforward. So I'm better going for more cores, am I? Is that what we're saying? With Ninja Trader, your single core performance is more important than the amount of cores, as Ninja Trader only uses 1 core per instrument. Okay. Ninja Trader barely use any cores. If you want 8 instruments open, I would go 8 cores. Yeah, so I've got 8 cores at the moment, but so my computer's pretty much okay at the moment, is it? I'm assuming. More cores. Yeah, so I've got 8 cores at the moment. So let's make this a bit bigger then, I think. It's hard to, I'm not sure about this. Let me just have a look through some. Yeah, see, down at the moment, it's got this. That looks like an overshoot. There is a possible lower high there, but is this thing going to push up? Who knows? There is kind of two legs back. There are a few that have got that. It's hard to say. I'm not a fan of it from the bottom because we miss a big chunk. Yeah, it's hard to know what to do here. Nothing you could do at the moment, really. I'm not, just don't know about that channel. Does that go further down? Not sure about it. Not sure because we're at there now. So, let me just get rid of it. See, Marco's got this that I can see. He's got that, I think, which doesn't look too bad there. Maybe a fell break out of here to push up. I'm just going to get an order ready just in case something does look attractive. It is two legs down. I dare say it's probably going to go up, but I'm not getting in for 26 ticks. It's just too much risk. If you get it wrong, it's expensive as hell. So it did work. It's probably going to break above there, but I'm not interested just to those highs. So if you're getting a tick above there to the highs, 4.5 points to where we got there, wouldn't have hit my target. I go for 3 points. 26 ticks, tick above, tick below. It's probably going to work. It would have to touch there. I do like the setup, but it's just so big. And I'm not 100% sure I've got my channel in the right place, which is why I decided to leave it. So it did work. 26, 27, 28 ticks.
Order canceled.
It's a lot. It's just too much, I think. It's a strong move, but look at that. You're talking 7.5 point risk. 7.25 point risk, 7 points maybe. It's a lot. If you get it wrong, you never know, see, if these places may hold. If I've got this slightly wrong and that goes against me, do I really want to risk $350 times 20? $7,000? No. And you really want to get out for the highs, really, which is kind of there. There's 2 points. So it's a bit too risky for me. Big pick down line from yesterday, maybe causing a correction. Yeah, possibly. It's hard to say, isn't it? It's hard to know what the hell's going on. Yeah, if I'd have been 100% confident where my channel was, it may have been a bit different. But even that size, I would have wanted to get in on a limit order. But it is 2 legs back. It is kind of a nice correction. So the setup looks good. The trouble is there's only 2 points to the highs here. And we're risking 7 points. You don't want to make a mistake there. That could ruin your day. I'm not risking $7,000. Too much. See if anyone took it. Yeah, I don't think no one took it. Would have considered it if it closed lower, but the bar was smaller. Marco will just mark it and go for 4 ticks. Doesn't matter if the bar's 26 ticks. It's just too much. I mean, the setup doesn't look too bad. It's slightly congested there, but you're pretty much going to have stops here. And it is 2 legs back. It's purely because of the size of the bar that I didn't take it, really. And maybe a small percentage that I wasn't 100% sure my channel was in the right place. I've messed around with it a little bit there. If it had been 5 points or 4.5 points, then, you know, close down here, then I'd have had a go at it. It's just too much risk. So you got to be sensible. You know, it wasn't long ago I'd have just jumped straight into that. Now I think a little bit more, because if that didn't work, I'd be crying in me cereal later. So just too much risk. And like Marco said, only a couple of points to the highs, and we have found support there. So you do have to accept the fact that this may be a little bit extra risky. Good to skip, even though it sucks. It works. Yeah, to me, it just says self-control. There'd have been a time where I'd have just hit the buy button, even if I'd have got in a few ticks higher. But I think a bit now. You know, the more experience you get, you seem to have a little bit more time to think. You know, the more you do this day in, day out. But I think it's sensible to skip a trade once in a while just because something doesn't feel right, whether it's the size of the risk, you know, or whatever. How do you pull up the news indicator? You're on about this one here, are you, buddy? This one you can download for free. I'll show you the website. It technically doesn't run. It runs separately from NinjaTrader, and it scans the news. I'll show you. This guy is a friend of ours. It comes in the stream. That's the website there. And he's got Trading Journal, News Guard. So I'll leave that on for a second so you can see it. So just download that. It does, now it's not technically registered, I don't think, with what's it. So it does kind of prompt you that, you know, you have got to select it and actually download it. Just click OK and keep and so on and so forth. But it is a great bit of kit. And that's it down there as put your fingers over ears. But you've got alarms, so you can set this to whatever minutes you want. Quick bleep. There's that one. I have 5 minutes before the news, and that one I have 2 minutes before the news. But you can set these times, visual, audible, and whatever you want. And you can get it to show, you know, if you're a currency trader, you can get it to show certain currencies, high impact, medium, low impact, whatever you want to do today and tomorrow, stuff like that. But yeah, it's free. There is a little thing here if you want to give him a donation. But it is basically free, so it's a great bit of stuff. So I've got a few mixed feelings here. So a few have got this as a break. Now, my opinion is, if that was a channel and this was a break, I don't think it is a break, and I'll tell you why. To have a small break like that and instantly push up from such a big channel rarely happens. If it does that and push straight up, it's usually because it's not a break. So I don't believe it is a break. Now, there is a few, I know, Brant, you mentioned it, didn't you, about that. Now, I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not. But to have a small break like that and instantly push up rarely happens. Hey, Jan, how you doing? Speak of the devil. This is Jan down here. I've just mentioned your news indicator. So it may be a channel with a break, but the trouble is, with such a big move up, it rarely has a break and pushes straight up. So my gut feeling is it's probably not a break. So I am going to use your quick order thing, Jan, from Monday. I'm just playing around with it every day just to get used to doing it. And I am going to bring it in from Monday. So it may be a break, 2 pushes. I'm not saying it's unheard of, but it rarely has such a small break and instantly pushes straight up. If it does, my opinion, it's usually because we're still going up. So, Brandon, the guy that's commented below you, a key tree, he's the guy that developed the news indicator, and amongst other things. It seems to be stable now. Just remember to view the same account as you select. So you're talking about set this account to the same one that you've got on your main order. That's what you mean, isn't it? So if I'm trading account number 1, I make sure I have account number 1 there. Is that what you mean? Yeah. I had a play around with it last night with my new account, just opening and closing orders. So, in fact, I even brought up, in fact, let's do it now. How do I change that? I added it, didn't I? Edit. So the account I'm using at the moment is sell? 128. So if I change that to account number 128, select and enable, it should pop up. Excellent. So if I click buy and bring my order down here, it's a buy limit order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All my accounts are open. So I like that. It's super quick. So if I click sell, drop it up here. Submitted. It's a sell limit order. If I do it the other way around, sell and drop it down here, it's a stop market order, and so on and so forth. So I can feel myself nervous as I'm doing this. So I want to play around, just clicking till I'm 100% comfortable. But it's so much quicker as opposed to doing the art. I've already clicked once and nothing happened. So click and a second time and a third time. So, okay. So sometimes these take a few seconds to open, and then you've got to select it, and then so it's surprisingly enough, if you were trading the 15-minute chart, would make a difference, but because we're changing quick moving charts, so if I want to get rid of this, then all I do is disable it and then select it, go into edit it and put it back to sim just for now, which is there. Beautiful. Okay, so back onto sim. So I'm surprised it's here, but I'm pretty sure. No, I'm pretty sure it won't let me. So if I click buy, no, it won't, because I've got it onto sim. So let's just disable it, but I'll have another play around with it. I just want to get super. How do you feel about Kraken? It uses stop limit and limit orders. Yeah, I prefer limit orders. I always use limit orders. I find there's more chance of all your PA accounts through replicanto triggering at the same time. So I like limit orders. Kraken. Yeah, they have done apparently. They've Kraken's bought Ninja Trade. How do I feel about it? I don't technically use it on my own account at the moment, although I am going to start moving funds over. But is it a good thing? I don't know. Is it a bad thing? No idea. I do like Kraken. I use Kraken for my crypto. They're super quick. I've used a bunch of different ones, and to be honest with it, if you withdraw, it's usually in your bank within 15 minutes. So I like Kraken. I think their fees are super cheap. They've got a good selection of crypto. So that's my choice in the UK, Kraken. So I don't think it's a bad thing. The one negative I'll say about Ninja Trader is if I want to withdraw something for Ninja Trader, it costs me either £30 or £40 to withdraw, which I think is expensive. They make commissions off you. I think they should allow you to withdraw for free or a little bit less. But I think it's a bit steep, that, personally. I'll show you, bud. I did just have it on. That's it there. That's it there. Kraken already bought. Yes, they have, yeah. So that's it there. Can you see that? I'll leave that on for a second. But there's the new guard. He's got a trading journal as well. And some other chart tools. I didn't realise you'd sorted this. Are these downloadable yet, are they? Yeah. So we've got some tools as well coming. ATR buy size share. So they are. I'll have a look later. So it's really useful to have someone able to develop all these. Yeah, I'm going to enjoy playing around with that. In fact, I'm going to play around with that over the weekend for sure. Yeah, so there you go. That's it there. So super free to use, but he does have a donation. So if you want to help him out, that way it enables him to keep it for free. What did you take there? Second entry short here at overnight highs. So what's going on here? Is this just a pullback? Is this, or was it a break? 2 pushes to a new high? I think I'm freezing taking longs at the moment. You have a break new extreme. Yeah, there is a possibility. Brilliant. Okay, yeah. So Dan has got that, but with a slight break to there. So he's got it from there, coming off there. So he has got that as a small break, which surprised me actually, because it rarely does that. But perhaps it's such a good looking 2 legs back, which is why they probably bought here. There is a failure there. It's not really trapping much, so I'm going to avoid this. Trouble is, at the moment, it's hard to know what's going on here. I wouldn't want to take that because we're at the lows. So far, I mean, there's a good possibility this is acting like a range, but I will be surprised if it doesn't go up and try and retest it. It's just too risky to take that. It's 17 ticks and we're already at the lows, more or less. There's just nowhere to go. Okay, Trump speaking. Yeah, Dan took that one. Did he take the small one or this one? I'm assuming the bigger one. I was worried about that because of the possibility of another retest of the lows. Yeah, see, Thomas Wade hasn't got this as a break, so it's amazing the difference in, opinions. I kind of get them both. And Thomas has got his coming from here, but he just hasn't moved it as a break. So there's always a possibility it could be like that. It's hard to say. You see no break on mine. The only reason I've changed it is because Dan's got it as a break, and he's a better, more experienced trader than me, so I tend to go with what he says over my own, really. I just couldn't get nothing I liked, to be honest with it. What I will say is, just looking at this, I like the fact that we are working off that midline, and same around there as well. So I think, you know, you can see it bouncing on the midline there, bouncing under the midline there, and bouncing under. So that doesn't look terrible. So it's hard to say, isn't it, really? I find myself counter trend trading a lot because the setups seem to make more sense. Sourced in moves. Mate, what I'll say is if they work for you, I won't worry too much about it. I mean, if you're taking a scalp or small scalps, you know, and you may counter trend off the top there, I think it's a terrible thing. If it works for you, you know, I wouldn't try and change it. If you, you know, if you find yourself doing it and you're losing, then obviously avoid it. But, you know, I won't worry about it if it works for you. So my took that bull bar down here. My guess is that it was going to retest the highs, but when? So Trump is speaking in about 2 minutes. Which direction is it likely to get more points? Yeah, especially since I don't scalp for 1 or 2 points. Yeah. There's kind of no one size fits all, in all fairness. See, for me, that my initial thoughts, that wasn't a break because it pushed up. Now we've come back. Now I was going to say, do these kind of fit, but they don't really, do they? I was just thinking if I could find something which kind of fitted everything. I don't think it does it? Maybe not. See, I mean, even if you take a poor setup in a trend, as long as you're in the direction of the trend, sometimes it'll just work anyway. So, you know, sometimes if you take a bad setup, then you're kind of relying on luck. And if you, yeah, I think you're right. I think it is a big range. We bounced off here and pulled back, and I think we may do the same. So if we have 2 attempts to push lower, it may continue higher a bit. But my initial thought when it bounced off that is it's probably just a bigger range. It certainly makes sense, doesn't it? Let's just put that right there because that just seems to play a part, doesn't it? So let's just kill some of the color there. So Trump is speaking now, so just be careful we don't get any you just never know what he's going to say. See, sometimes this thing can flicker. What I might do is see if I can find his talk. Shame that signal that down was rubbish. Yeah, it's hard to say. See, I mean, this is a move up, isn't it? This would be possibly a penguin style setup. 2 attempts to push lower. May push up again, retest this again. You're ahead 450 on 2. I should stop, especially when stop. Speaking. Yeah, let me just see if I can find him. Because you never know what Trump's going to say. And, you know, ever since Trump's come into office, these markets have been more volatile. That ATR's been higher. So let me just see if I can find where he's talking. See, I think Carney's speaking as well live. Got 2 measured moves, yeah. So it's been up here and tested it once, see what happens. I mean, it may push higher. You never know. But at least at the moment, until I see what goes on here. See, there's always a possibility that is actually the break. 2 pushes to a new high. So I'm on the fence there. See, Trump speaking live is like walking around in a crowd with a grenade hanging around your neck with the pin attached to the necklace. You don't quite know who's going to grab hold of you and pull it. Picking in a wider channel. Well, when I saw that come down to there, my thought was, is there some other way this fit? And it may well be. Pet names for everyone. Yeah, I used to call Rishi Sunak Rusty Ballsack. I wasn't a fan of him. Yeah, we tend to do that over here. Pet names for everyone.
Big fund, which is a seriously big fund.
Guessing this is live. It's not a huge amount of people watching it, which is why I questioned it. I'm assuming it's this, isn't it? Does anyone confirm that? It could be, yeah, it could be a, damn it, I knew it was going to happen. It'd be a military thing, couldn't it? Let's put him back on here. Trouble is, as soon as I click that, it's gonna disappear. Is there any way I can get that to stay on top? I don't think it is it? What's he saying? Do you want me to switch him on?
The most powerful woman anywhere in the world.
No,
I'll go with.
I'm
going to go with Princess Rima, but she was voted the most powerful woman anywhere in the world. Susie Wiles. Thank you. Thank you. Most powerful woman. That's pretty good.
Can you hear him, Karina?
We have to talk to you about that, Susie. It's pretty good. And also, we all know Jared Kushner, a very special guy. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Jared. And Elon Musk. He's been making a little news lately, hasn't he, though? Very positive news. Stand up, Elon. He's a great guy. We did a little show last night. I heard they got very good ratings, too, by the way. We did. Hannity. Sean Hannity was fantastic, a fantastic man,
I'll take your word for that.
guy,
I can't hear him. I've got my volume on my speakers switched off because of my microphone. I think if I do it the other way around, you won't be able to
today
hear
with
me.
a simple message for business leaders from all across the nation and all around the world. If you want to build the future, push boundaries, unleash breakthroughs, transform industries, and make a fortune, because you want to make a fortune. Most of you have already made a fortune. I don't want to say that. There's no better place on earth than the current and future United States of America under a certain president named Donald J. Trump. I think that you're going to do very well. They're saying that November 5th, Election Day, 2024 will go down as one of the most important days in the history of our country. They said in 129 years, the most consequential election. I don't know if they're right about that or not, but it sounds good. I wanted to see if I could get a couple of more years tacked on, but I figured the fight wasn't really worth it.
Let's just open it up.
A lot.
It does say it's
live. And as of January 20th, 2025, the dark days of high taxes, crushing regulations, rampant inflation, flagrant corruption, government weaponization. I know about weaponization.
The 19th.
And total incompetence will be gone forever.
Let's just move it up.
They'll be gone forever. Because the United States is back and open for business, and the golden age of America has officially begun. You see it happening. Since my election, America's...
I mean, the market doesn't seem to be doing much, does it? Maybe it wasn't. It's hard to say. Let me just get... Where's my Sky? Just get my Sky up and look on something like CNBC or something.
Through modernization.
No, I've got nothing showing it. No, I don't know what that was. It did say started streaming 2 days ago, and it had 1,000 viewers, which is unusual, isn't it? No, I can't see anything yet. Say on my YouTube, I've got Trump speaks digital. It's a digital summit, isn't it? So maybe it won't do nothing. There's so many waiting there. We've got the right time schedule for that. So I'm just going to keep this open. So it doesn't look like he is talking at the moment. Matt's got mid-morning chart. I'm just going to leave that there so I can see it just in case. Let's have a look at Mac's chart. This will be interesting. Do you know what? I wondered whether there was a bigger one. So Matt's got that as a bigger one. Do you remember I said this rarely as a small break like that and pushes straight up, but now it goes up, comes back and goes up. Bigger channel, that makes perfect sense. So interesting. Yeah, when I saw this come out, so let's put that like that. So he's got it from here. And I think he's got that touching, isn't he? Isn't that about right? Something like that. Look again. Actually, he's got that as a small break. So how the hell do you know that that's a small break and the other one isn't? It's such a small break. Odd, strange. So break, 2 pushes to a new high. So I don't know. There is a link on Financial Juice. Not talking yet. No. I've got the I've got this just sitting here, Sky News, Trump speaking. It's scheduled for the right time. It's just not up yet, so I've just got this to my right. That's what you've got. Yeah, it's strange, really, why he... Let's go a bit wider. Why has he got that in, but that slightly out? Strange, isn't it? The slightest little tweak, and we've not had a break. You don't have a tiny break like that and then just push up. So maybe he just hasn't paid attention. Interesting. So maybe that is in. Who knows? I don't think that's terrible. Not sure. Still not a massive fan of that, to be fair. I think the better option is there. Then we have a break to pushes to a new high, although it's not much of a break to push straight up. I don't know. Trouble is, if we haven't had a break, I don't know. I'm not too sure is the answer. That looks okay to me because we're gliding up the midline. You can see the midline playing a part there and there as well. I actually prefer that, I do. I like the way the midline is. In fact, if I adjust that up. Yeah, look how nice it's bouncing off the underside of the midline there. And look how nice that's working. It's just not the easiest trading at the moment. Nice setup, just massive. Only 2.25 points to the high, so it's just too much risk that. If that closed down here, I'd have jumped all over that. It's just too big. I was hoping it would slow itself down, but it just kept coming and coming, and yeah. What do you do? Since we formed a signal bar. Yeah, I was looking at the data last night. We're kind of on the way back, aren't we, to the EMA? Yeah, this is the daily. I mean, to me, this looks like it's pushing up to test. See, I know I don't use VWAP generally, but I do put it on here just on this other chart, just out of curiosity. But we've got a leg up there with a little pullback and another leg. So to me, this looks like it's pushing up. It clearly does, doesn't it? You can see a kind of a little leg and a leg. It's pretty clear, I think. So we got a little leg and a little pullback. So I think there's a good chance we get up here. So I'm guessing. The trouble is, it's okay to guess a relatively bullish, but this could pull back 30 points, 20, 30 points before it pushes up and ends up closing up here, which seems where it's going. So after that, such a big move down, we had to have a pullback at some point. So whether this is just going to test this and maybe go down some more, or whether we're going to eventually break through it and maybe in time sort of test these all-time high areas. But this looks relatively bullish to me at the moment. So you never know. I mean, we could end up doing something like that at some point, couldn't we? I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, that just looks like a failed breakout of this. Doesn't look like it's testing anything. Apex sent me an email to send them 2 videos that I am trading. I was trading 1 video this morning. My first trade was lost. That doesn't matter. When I've heard this happen to people, it just sounds like they want to check it's you. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I think they're more interested in seeing you trade. Because there was a lot of problems with people using bots and people using other people to trade. Now, a trader buddy of mine sent them a video and then he got approved. So I won't worry about it, mate. I think they just want to check it's you. It's kind of reason why I ended up getting a camera. Part of the reason, because I thought it may mitigate that ever happening to me. Well, it wasn't the reason I got it, but it was a benefit. So yeah, I won't worry about it, mate. Send them a losing trade, as long as it's not a silly, careless trade. Not that I think that's really what they're interested in. They're more interested in, is it you and not a bot, or not someone else. Show your hands and your face. Yeah, just make sure they can see it. So just put your camera up here or something, maybe to the left of you, showing your face. Look at the camera, smile, stick 2 fingers up, whatever you want to do. Flick them the bird somewhere, and then just let them see it's you. I think that's all they're after. Just to check it's you and there's not someone else, because I am aware that there are people using bots, and I'm aware that there are people getting other people to trade from. So I won't worry about it, mate. It's not something I think that would concern me. So, still waiting on Trump. He's being fashionably late by the sounds of things. Clothing is optional. Yeah, send him a picture of your birthday suit. I would, or get some sort of a freakish onesie or something. Give him a giggle, I would. Yeah. Yeah, just make sure you got a onesie with Apex rules on it or something like that, or a Daryl Martin hat. Do something like that. I would. I think naked would be funny, leaning over the computer with a camera behind you. Give them a nice glimpse of your backside. Okay, possibly a leg and a leg. After such a big move, I'd want something like that in your couch pajamas. Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't concern me, to be honest with you. So, possibly 2 legs down. I'm not getting involved here because I don't know what's going on. I'm holding longs up at the moment because I don't know where this thing's going. Now, it could be ranging. We may, I don't know, there may be sellers up here. I mean, we are reaching some support. So sellers may push this down, time to go down. Yeah, I think you might be right, mate. So I'm not getting involved. I get it. Looks like a leg and a leg why people might want to go long here, but you've just got to pause this and just give it a little bit of space. But we'll either have a leg and it may try again, or this thing will just turn and just drop. Which I'm starting to think, if we get down places like this and this thing may just drop. Well, it's funny you say that, in which case we've got a breakout pullback, bit of a trap there. So we've had a breakout of it, maybe some buyers there. It goes up, touches the bottom and drops down bearish. So you didn't go long, did you? Yeah, I'd have avoided longs here at the moment. We've bounced once, twice. We have broken above it, but then it's pulled straight back in. So you got it for a scalp, did you? Yeah, I don't think that was a bad trade. I mean, there's always a possibility. See, looking on the daily tells me I wouldn't be surprised if we moved up. Now, with a move up, we could have a couple of legs back. We could have that, and then it may push up later. You just don't know. So going short there, if we had a pullback, I'd expect a pullback maybe to come down to sort of maybe clear out some of this area. So I think that'd be worthy of 3 to 5 points. Comfortably it did. So, I'd like to see something like this. Or it could just drop. Who knows? You have the uptrend. Same uptrend break, new high. It's hard to say. I mean, this could be in there, in which case it'll be something like this push up, or it may decide, traders like this as range tops where they may want to enter to go short. We're kind of in this sort of area, aren't we? We're kind of in this area. So, we came up here, pull back, came up here, reverse, came up here, pull back, up here, pull back. It could reverse. I don't know, to be honest with you. Able to get values? No. Well, I'm assuming no. I think Patrick Whelan had Nutty. I think he's got him today, has he? Had Nutty and Alpine traded with him yesterday. I think today as well. So I think they just gave him a couple of hours of 90% off. So not at the moment. It's 71%. $40 for a reset. If you like the bigger accounts, the 250 and the 300 and the 200, they're $48.85 PA fee. So they're not too bad, but I'm not a fan of the bigger ones. But that was quite a nice little surprise yesterday. They convert to a $33 charge. So, yeah, I mean, at the moment, I think it's $48, but it's also $48 even for the $200, $250, and $300 accounts. And if you pass them, they're only $85 PA fee. So if you like the bigger accounts, it's a good deal, that is. But for the 25 and the 50s, it's not so fantastic. Got an email saying 80% off for Thursday and Friday, did you? Let's have a look. Ah, okay. Yeah, you're right. 80% off Thursday and Friday. Yeah. And 125 PA fee. Okay, happy days. Yesterday, there was just some available yesterday. I'll put something on here quick. So it's 80% off today and tomorrow. I'll put the dollar sign there. That was the one. There you go. Happy days. Yeah, so 80% off today and tomorrow. So that's not terrible. So, see if we get this second leg. I'm just going to disconnect and connect. I've got a sim showing as active. Not that it matters, but... yeah, it must have just happened, I think. The email was in me junk. When did I get it? 14:51. Ah, literally 15 minutes ago. Happy days. Don't know why the hell that's done that. So, the way this is acting, to me, this looks like a break from this channel. So maybe this range isn't going to play a part. Looking at the daily for me, looked bullish. There is a higher low on the on that. I expect it to break there, but it also looks like a correction, so I'm staying out of this. It may trigger this and pull down, so I'm staying out of this. There's not much room to the highs, to be honest with you. No, there's 3/4 of a point channel down. It could be a correction, could come down. Wouldn't be the worst trade in the world, but I'm staying out. There's just no, I expect another leg down, so maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. But I'd expect that bullish bar to trigger and then come down. So I like that. It looks like a two-tier channel. So 2 attempts to push up. I'd like to see one of these bar trigger and then maybe come down for a second leg. Because of the size of the leg, it may go a little bit higher. Or it may come up here before it comes down for a second leg, obviously, if it does. Okay, so it did work for a small scalp. Just didn't interest me for such a tiny amount. The ticks here, what did it go up for? Yeah, it's only 1.75 there, so you got 1.5. My guess is this is going to come down. Because of the size of the leg, it could go up a little bit and then come down here. So that looks like the break to me for this. Still waiting on Trump. Yeah, so Dan's saying now he has it without a new extreme, so he's got this as the first break. So channel down with a break. I'd like to see something like that. I prefer it to go a little bit higher before it comes down. I like those legs more like that. How much you need to get in profit to take a withdrawal? $2,600. You can take 500, so you got to keep 21 in there, which is not bad. Because I tell you something now, when you used to be able to take $2,000, that's almost, you've almost signed your death warrant on the account now. But the fact is, you've got to keep $2,100 in there, more or less ensures that you're going to trade that sensibly and not do anything stupid. So, yeah, $2,600. That's on the 50k account. So there is a failure here. I'm still not getting long because I think this will come down for a second leg. Possibly a smaller range. Yeah, that's why I've got that there. I'd still like to see this come down. I would have wanted it to go up a little bit further. But it may come down here because there's going to be maybe a failure trap there. So this could come down now. I'm hoping it goes a bit higher. Yeah, this is coming down for me. So we've got a channel down there with a break, looking for a new extreme down here. I mean, it may go up higher. I'm hoping it does. But I do expect it to make a second attempt down to have a couple of proper legs. I mean, it could be a small micro with a break and a new low, but I think this fits quite well as a spike in a channel. And I wouldn't expect two little legs like that and a new push-up. So my gut is this is still going to come down for a second leg. So I'm staying out of any possible longs. I dare say there's some in there. I know one guy is already. It may work. I'm hoping it comes up to here. But this could turn at any time, I think. Just sit and wait. Yeah, leg down. Couple of attempts to push higher. Second leg down. And if it does come below that and break that, for me, it's definitely coming down. I mean, nothing's guaranteed. But I wouldn't have taken a long there purely because of this leg down. I expect another leg down. I wouldn't take a short here either because it could come up. I'm hoping. I like my legs like that or a corrections like that, so it still could push up a bit higher, but it could turn at any time. So I think you've just got to wait, really. But if you think it's a good setup, you should still take it regardless of what I take. It's the only kind of way you learn, really. I'm staying out of that because I've seen this picture before, and it's caught me out here. Now, it could push up, go sideways, and push up again. But to me, look at that. Where do you think that stop's going to go? It's bound to break below there. So if you'd have taken that trade a tick above there, I'm not saying it hasn't stopped you out yet, so you may still be okay. So you'd have got 2 points because it would have had to push through. Depends where you got in. But you may be lucky to get that, to be fair. So for me, this was always going to come down for a second leg. So you may have got 2.25 points, depending on where you got in. But I wouldn't be surprised if this pushes a bit high before it. But it's got to come down for a second leg to me. But you never know. It may push up, go sideways, and push up again. So the short was the smarter trade. The only issue I have with going short there is it may push higher before it comes down for this second leg. The trouble is that, to me, when I see that, there's always that possibility that there's a bigger channel down. So when I want to go long here, whereas if it's more like this, it's more of a correction, I don't mind going long to push higher. So when these legs are very close together, almost side by side, there's more of a chance that there's a bigger channel down here and you might get stung going long. I did it the other week, so I prefer them there. So, which is why we've left a short there, just in case it goes still a bit higher, see. You know what I mean? But you never know. But that, to me, I would have said is the only real break of that. in which case, you know, that wasn't a break to me, because small breaks straight up, it really does that. That wasn't a break, small break straight up. Is this a break? That's making more sense now. The bigger the channel up, we tend to take the scenic route up, which is bigger correction. I used to jump all over trades like that, and then I just realised in the end, the more you lose these trades, the more you start to realise, you know, the way these markets work. What time is it? It's 3:15. It may be single malt time. I haven't had one for a couple of days, so excuse me just 1 minute. Sorry, my mistake. Tamnavulin. Single malt. From the Speyside region. Red wine cast. I'm new to trading. What does overnight high? Overnight highs. So it's the height it gets to, the height price to get to. So this is overnight highs. So it may be finding some support there. But my guess is leg and leg, and we're going to push up again. Oh, I love the sound of this. Listen. Oh, I get excited, that sound. I'm just going to have a small one, maybe a double and a single. Cheers, everyone. Oh. 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 Oh, that is lush. Oh, how many jobs can you drink while you're working? Oh, I feel alive now. That's a bad sign. You come to life when you have a drink of alcohol. Okay, now you could say that's a triple test, but I'm sitting tight here. Keeper. I drink too much. Well, I haven't had one for a couple of 3 days, but we'll get through a bottle in our house quicker than we probably should. But a small amount of whiskey has health benefits, actually. I've seen a few studies that a double a day, or even as little as a single a day, has cancer-fighting properties. It has antioxidants. It's good for gut health. It's good for all sorts. So I figure the more I drink, the healthier I become. Who knows? Who knows? You single bottle. single bottle. Yeah, have I been reading it wrong all this time, have I? Well, the research I show that I saw was a single or double shot a day, every day, as health benefits. It's the mind that needs to relax. It might be. I never have much. I may have one a couple of times a week when I trade, but I might just have a double. It's the equivalent of a pint of beer, so it's neither in there really. It does look very nice on my desk over there, though. I've had this one. I've had about 3 of these bottles before. These ones, French Cabernet Sauvignon cast, 40%. So it's an American oak, and usually they'll put it in American oak for the most of it. Now, this doesn't say a date on it, which means if it's called Scotch whiskey, it's got to be at least 3 years old. Usually they are at least, but it could be significantly older. So it's American oak first, and then French Cabernet Sauvignon, which usually means after American oak. I'm guessing it's European oak. Can't tell. But I've had a few of these. They're usually pretty cheap, these ones. This one cost me about £25 English, down from about 34-ish. They're pretty cheap, actually, these. But they're all right. They're really easy drinking. Trading is a great practice. I am more of a rum guy. Yeah, my brother likes his rum. Tickles me. Whiskey and trade. It's the perfect combination. The perfect combination. It takes away all your nerves. Mind you, I have mentioned the story once. It was probably about a year ago. It was on a Friday, and I remember it. I opened a bottle of what was it? Was it Bunnahabhain? No, it wasn't. I forget what it was now. I can see the bottle. I opened that and I popped it on cork, and someone said in the stream, he said, I've been here for a year or so. I've never said a word, but I heard that cork prick my ears up. So I had a couple on the stream, and I think at the time the evaluations were $16. So to cut a long story short, about 2 hours went, a third of the bottle of whiskey went, and I blew about 10 evaluations. So they don't really, it's not a good combination, but just to have a shot or two when you're drinking. My grandparents only drank Scotch. I grew up with white wine. Even prefer whites in the winter in Canada. See, I used to drink a bit of red, but the trouble is, when you develop a taste for Scotch, obviously it's a lot stronger. Any spirit's a lot stronger. I find wine now tastes watered down and really weak. So the only thing I drink really is Scotch. I'll probably have a bottle every other week. Now, it sounds like a lot, but it's not a huge amount. So one bottle equivalent to about 14 pints of beer. So if that lasted you 2 weeks, it'd be like having 1 pint of beer a day. So it's not a huge amount. Sometimes, I mean, if we go out or something, I've got it's a small umbrella like this. Well, it looks like an umbrella, but it's got a screw top. And usually I'll put some in there and I'll take that. My wife will stash it in a bag. We went to a party, a 30th birthday party, maybe a month and a half ago, and I was drinking double scotches. My wife was drinking large glasses of wine, and we spent £175 just in that venue. So it's expensive going out. Spirits are expensive in the UK. Certainly, there's a lovely bar in Shrewsbury where I live. It almost looks a giant bookstore. It's called the Armoury, and it's where Prince William used to drink when he was stationed at RAF Shawbury when he did his pilot training. It's really nice, and it just looks like a giant bookstore, but there are hundreds of bottles of spirits all over the place. It's a beautiful place. But I went in there and I had 2 doubles, and I paid £17 for the first double and £15 for the second double. So it can be expensive. So if we do go out for the night, I usually fill up my secret umbrella, stash it in my wife's bag, and I'll buy 1 or 2 and then just top up. You'll be happy drinking in restaurants in Dubai after making those millions. Yeah, I bet there's a lot. 20, yeah, I bet. And Scotch and soda always tasted like gasoline. The first time I ever started drinking any types of spirits was probably 17, 18 years ago. There was an American guy. I worked for a dent company in the UK. And the guy that was the director was a friend of mine. And there was an American guy came over from, I forget what it was. And he brought a bottle of, what's the bourbon they dip in the red plastic. It's a fat bottle with a thin neck. You guys will know it. And I'd never drunk whiskey before. And, Americans are really hospitable, aren't they? And he was like, go on, have some. So I did in the end, and we shared the bottle between the three of us. Maker's Mark, that's it. We shared the bottle between the three of us, and I was pleasantly tipsy. Little bit drunk, little bit tipsy, but once you had a first few mouthfuls, it goes down a bit easier. No, not Johnny Walker, Maker's Mark it is. And I woke up the next morning, and usually if I've been drinking beers, I'd have felt, I'd have been bloated, you've been peeing every 5 minutes, you'd have been dehydrated, and I felt quite pleasant. So from then on, whenever I went out and I had a few beers and felt a bit bloated, I had a couple of whiskies. And I think for my 40th birthday 15 years ago, somebody bought me a bottle of single malt, and from then on, that's all I've really drunk. But if you buy a bottle of single malt or any type of whiskey, really, I choose single malt because I like a specific taste. I'm very much into the peated whiskies where they dry the barley, they burn peat in it, and it almost gives a strong smokiness to it. And you just can't really get that with blended whiskies. So I like a certain type of whiskey. But when you get to your second bottle, and you really do get to know whiskies, when you get to your second bottle, it stops burning. Marco sent me a picture. I bet he's going to send me a picture of... I knew that was coming. Can you say that? Marco, I think that was a Dallimore. Dallimore 12. That's quite a pricey bottle of whiskey, that is. That's about £60 over in the UK. Great minds think alike, eh? I know Marco likes his whiskey as well. It does get a lot easier to drink. The burning stops. I suppose it's the same with curries. Some people prefer spicier curries. I tend to go for curry-wise. I tend to go for a vindaloo. Trouble is, if you have too hot a curry, the flavour goes. It's the same with whiskey, but you do get a palate for it. I know some people have been drinking whiskey for 20 years and still have a bit of water in it. I just got approved for a payout. Good for you, mate. How long does it take? Where are you, Johnny? Where are you? Are you US? If it's US, I think it's quicker. Now, I get paid via plane. Now, usually when they approve it, within 2 days, you'll get an email saying it's been paid. And then it usually takes 2 to 3 days to get into my plane account. So 3 to 4 days to get into my account where I can withdraw it. So you're Florida, so yours will get paid by HCH. Is it HCH? It'll go straight in the account. So I think you'll be looking at a few days, I think, mate. You'll get an email within 48 hours usually, and then however long it takes. But you'll get it, mate. Now you're sorted now. Good for you. It's nice. I still get a kick out of that email. I had the one this morning for the $1,600. I'm still waiting on one for $1,700. I'll show you mine, but it's nice when you start to get some payments. It's a really nice feeling. So those were the 5 I've had, 2,500, and that one for 1,600. So that takes me to 4,100 for this month. I've got one in for 1,700. That'll take me to 5,800. After today, about another 1,500 I can apply for, and after tomorrow, about another 1,500. So I'm hopefully, I may, if I'm lucky, get a $10,000 month this month, which that will be the biggest I've had. So it'll be great if that happens. But when you start getting these payments, it's a nice feeling, and it does reinforce. Apex says 80% off. Yes. I put it on my screen, Karina. 80% off just for the 2 days. But when you start to get payments, it reinforces that desire to do things the right way. Now, I'll tell you now, I've said it many times and I'll tell you again. Don't worry if you're blowing accounts. Don't worry if you feel like you've got a lack of self-control. Don't worry if you're getting angry and frustrated when you lose trades. Don't worry if you lose trades. It takes time to change that mindset. Sooner or later it will happen. So if you're struggling, just keep doing it. Just keep learning. My favourite place, Florida. I've never been to the US, actually. It's on my list. Just keep learning and it'll come. There's a massive failure rate in trading, but I tell you now, it's not because people aren't capable or because you can't do it. It's very doable. The reason they fail is because they give up. Have you tried trading your own money? Yeah, it didn't go well. I tried that after a month of trading. But I am starting to filter money over into my own account. But I was trading for a month. And we happened to have a big uptrend at the time, and I just bought at the bottom, and I seemed to keep winning. So I decided to put 5,000 of my own money into account. I gave my job up, and I think within 3 weeks it had all gone. And then I realised how hard it is. Is that how Apex works? Yes, bud. So my 20 accounts here, as you can see, I use a copy trader. This here, the only one I am not trading today is 27. I'm waiting for $1,700 to come on there. But there's my lead account, which is the one you can see to the right here. And the rest are just copied. I just trade one contract. So I generally go for 3 points, which will make me about $3,000 from all of the accounts. So even trading one contract just for a few points can make you significant amounts of money. I am digging through his website for more trading clarification. I'll tell you something now. This process does work. This strategy does work. Now, I know a few people that I've spoken to over the last year saying they couldn't make it work. And my honest opinion, it's taken me 4 years nearly of doing it to become successful at it, or to start making. Let's not talk about success, but to start working, start to understand where not to get into the market, this area, what prices generally do. I was expecting a second leg down, which is what we've had. Once you start to understand how the markets work, you'll start to understand where price is going to go, and it'll help you stay out of trades which are going to screw you over. Yeah, I bought a license. Cost me about £1,000 3.5-4 years ago, and I've never really got the benefit, to be honest with you. But it's measured move, yeah. But you'll start to understand where price goes if you sit here every day and do this. You'll start to understand, and it'll help you stay out of trades that may get you into trouble. I tell you something now, it's impossible not to get better at this if you just do it every day, even a few hours a day if you can. I paid $900 US. Yeah, you guys have a much better deal on stuff in the US. House prices over here are extortionate. I know things like, I used to do a bit of photography, and I used to chat with a few people in the US. Stuff's so much cheaper in the US. Stuff's cheaper, things are bigger, your houses are bigger. We live in like little bloody Lego sets over here. Houses are tiny over here and expensive. My sister lives down in Winchester, and for a small 3-bedroom house in Winchester, and when I say small, I mean tiny, they start generally from £600,000 to £700,000. It's shocking, house prices. But I mean, Karina, you've been to the UK. You know how small houses are here. They're tiny. They're tiny. You've lived in Winchester, have you really? I lived there for 2 years. I did. My stepfather was in the army, and we lived down there in I think it was the early 90s, was it? Yeah. So like I said, I'm new to trading. I have the copy. So should I go for 5 accounts at once? Time. How long you been trading for, Brandon? Let me know how long you've been trading for and I'll put you in the right direction. I won't bullshit you. I won't tell you what you don't need to know. UK is an island. Anyways, UK is beautiful. Green everywhere. Yeah, that's because we have a lot of rain. That's not because of the sunshine. How long you been trading for, Brandon? Okay, 2 legs down. You've still got to be a bit careful here because there's always a possibility on and off for about a year. Okay, so what I would do if I was you, I would get 1 evaluation. Don't get any more, because if you're going to blow 1 evaluation, if you've got 5 and you copy trade them, you'll blow 5 for the price of 1. So I wouldn't do that. I'd just get 1 and I would trade it naturally. Let it happen organically. Don't try and take risks and get to a PA, because all you've done is gambled your way to a PA. You're going to pay $125 and you're still going to be in the same boat where you're finding it hard. So I would get 1 evaluation, get used to what it feels like having a little bit of risk, and just trade it carefully and grow it naturally. Now, I'm telling you that because I know, because I've thrown thousands into this. There are other streamers out there that may say, get a bunch of them, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't work. All you're going to do is make your learning process a lot harder and a lot more miserable. So we've had 2 legs down a little bit more. So just get 1 evaluation. If you've done a year, just get 1 evaluation and just take your time. If you see a trade and you like it, take it. Every time you lose a trade, you start to realize why. And you start to learn. I'm currently Pat Williams' program. Tell him the captain. Captain sent you. I'm not sure whether that is a correction or that may be. The trouble is, we got a touch, very close to a touch in there. This may be coming down. Whether it is or not, I don't know. But I like a leg and a leg. But I prefer my legs, if I'm going to trade long, to be more like that, as opposed to like that. But it is pushing up, so maybe it'll work. And don't reset blown accounts. Let them reset on their own. Yeah. When you're learning, now, you don't need to be any type of a genius. My background, I was a bricklayer for a bunch of years. I was a chef and I drove HGV. I've got a basic education, GCSEs. I never went to university. I left school. I went straight to college. So you don't need a great education. You don't need to be some super brain boffin at all. All this is learning to read what price does. That's all it is. But it takes time. And the only way you learn is to take what you believe to be a setup, and when you lose it a few times, you'll start to build up a picture in your head. Don't you have to check the ATM triangle icon in Replicanto for you to follow your account? No, I've never used it. If I take a trade here, where's it gone? No, it's disappeared. If I take a trade, let's just get it back a minute. Replicanto. So all mine are copied now. So I've got 128 and the rest are copied. So as soon as I click an order, something's licked me. You'll see all my accounts open here. So they just follow. So no, you don't need to do that.
Order cancelled.
I don't know what that's for, to be honest. So I've never used it. But Brandon, I'm trying to say is you can message me on Facebook or Messenger or email me, whatever you want to do, anytime. If you've got any questions or you want to chit chat or whatever, I'm happy to talk trading. But a lot of people helped me when I started. People like Marco, people like Dan in the Facebook group. I had a lot. They gave me a lot of time and a lot of help. So I'm more than happy to help anybody else. I'm never going to charge. I'm never going to teach. I'm never going to put discords up where you've got to pay. Nothing like that. None of that interests me. I'm just happy to chat with other traders, and if you can learn a few things from my mistakes, happy days. But I'll talk trading morning, noon and night. So if you ever want to chat, anybody want to ask a question, or you just want to chat about something, or you've had a bad day, just message away and I'll get back to you. So that did work from there. I ummed and ahed about that. I'd have preferred them a little bit further apart. But we had a second entry short there, which triggered and pushed up. So my guess is it's probably going to reach for the tops. Now, we may get 2 legs back halfway up. I'll trade jokes for tips. I've got minutes. But, I mean, I don't know what you trade. But what I would suggest is you need to follow a strategy that works. What's my Facebook? I'm just going to show you the Facebook group that I'm in, and you can see me in there. Let's have a look. Let's just make this a bit wider. Why won't that lift up? There, that's the Facebook group I'm in. And I've been a member of this now for three odd years. And I posted my chart here every day and got loads of feedback. Marco is a great person, helped me no end of times with help and advice. Jope as well. As you know, Jan, who's in our stream, who developed this this news app. So there's some great people in here. So I would definitely, Jope as well knows what he's been doing. He's been doing it for a few years now. He helped me. But it's a great Facebook group, that is, and I'll show you the strategy I use, where that comes from. Where are you, Mac? This is the strategy that I learned. Now, the guy who runs this, and I'm going to shock you now, the guy who runs this site has been price action trading for about 28 years now. I've been a member on and off for a couple of years, and this cost a grand total of $125 per year to be a member of this of his group. It's fantastic. He's got videos galore which go into everything about the strategy. Now, if somebody who charges you $125 a year to teach you to trade is never going to rip you off. He's also got, if you want to feel for him who he is, he's also got a YouTube channel, and he's got videos going back 13 years, and Monday to Thursday he breaks down the chart. So Pat's Trading, that's him there, Mac. Absolutely lovely guy. He's got videos going back 13 years and 4 days a week. At the end of the trading day, he talks about the chart, so on and so forth. So if you're new to trading, you haven't been doing it that long, I would absolutely look at this. It's a great system. It does work. But like any strategy, the strategy is not the difficult part. Applying it to the correct context, i.e. reading what the chart's doing, is the real skill. And it takes time. It's not a quick process. And a lot of people, you know, they try a strategy, realise they're struggling and move on to a different strategy and so on and so forth. You're friends with Ed Sheeran? I am. Yeah, I've known Ed Sheeran since he was a young lad. No, I'm only kidding. You're kidding. It's gone up too far. I'd expect 2 legs back and a push up to the new high. See, we did have that correction. And if you'd have bought there, you'd have done well out of that. But that correction for me was a little bit too close together. I'd have preferred it a bit more that, which is why I wanted that to push up a bit. And then I may have jumped in there. But if this is pushing up to a new high, I'll be surprised if this continues up at that rate without having a couple of attempts to go lower or a correction before it pushes up. Thanks, mate. You learn the hard way by realising what prices do, and it does help you when to stay out. I mean, clearly going up at the moment, and I absolutely get why people are taking that failure. Ed Sheeran was on Game of Thrones. But yeah, I mean, it's why I left that. Now, you would have made a 1.5, so you'd have got a small scalp out of it, but for me, that was destined to pull down again before it eventually pushed up. But it's only by sitting here every day and taking losing trades that you slowly learn. But it's not quick. It's going to take you 3 to 4 years. But if you're committed to it, you'll do well. And you'll get a decent living. You know, if you want to be a teacher in this country earning 30, 35,000 a year, this might take you 5 years. You know, you'll be earning more money than that in less than 5 years. So don't worry about it. Yeah, you take it easy, buddy. Trump has bailed. Yeah, I've still got this here and we've got nothing yet. So you may be right. So channel with a break. I'd expect a couple of legs back before we push up. Yeah, seeing that break with 2 legs back and this move up, that's where you can get caught out there. That's what I mean. I didn't know whether this was a correction or a downtrend. It could have been a downtrend because that correction was quite close together, but that's why I avoided that, just to give that the benefit of the doubt. And what happens, you get into a second entry short like that, it triggers you, pushes up. But once you've done that a couple of times and lost a few of them trades, you start to avoid that then. So that's how you lose. That's how you learn. So this is that pullback that I'd expect. I still think this is going to push up, make a new high. Overshoot kept you out. Yeah. It is knowing when to stay out. And when you're still relatively new, you've got that burning desire to want to make money, and you've got that burning desire to want to take a trade, and it's so impulsive, it's almost impossible to. But I don't think it's a bad thing. I just say just do what you do. Sometimes the more trades you take and the more losses, the more you actually learn. So the best way is to learn without losing money. That's another art. That's something I never mastered. How to learn without losing money. At some point, you've got to have a little bit of skin in the game to start to deal with that second, well, the most difficult part of trading, which is the emotional side. But, you know, I'd have done so much different if I had a chance to do it again. I wouldn't have tried to bully the market with money, throwing money at it, because you're never going to win. But I knew better. I thought my way was the best way. And it just goes to show you're never too old to learn lessons. So I'd like, there's nothing that interests me here. You know, this thing for me, as we had these 2 legs down and a strong move up, this isn't moving down, it's testing these areas. So I do think it's going to push up to these highs. It's just finding a way in that works. Laufey, how you doing, buddy? Disco, how you doing, mate? Yeah, it's just a bit early here. It's not super clear, is it? What I will say is there's a lower high here which is triggered. I'd still prefer 2 legs, but the fact that that short is triggered may mean that that pushes up. It's too far from the EMA for me, so I wouldn't take it personally, but it may push up above there. But I would prefer a second leg down for a second leg up to the highs. Push up 2 legs back and then up for a second leg. But as we've trapped, as that bear bar's triggered, it may push up, but I'd still like to get back for a second leg. So I'm just going to stay out of that. It could still sting you. I wouldn't be surprised if it stopped that bar out and then come back for a second leg. And not only that, it is stacking up a little bit now. It's getting a little bit congested, so it may trigger that, come down and stop it out, or it may push up, stop out that and still come down. So that's a leg down. I'd like to see another leg down. It's been a while since I stayed out of the market. Came back today. You're a proper streamer now. Thank you, mate. Congratulations on those numbers, looking good. Thanks, I appreciate it. I feel like I'm finally now out of the woods or out of the gutter, whichever way you want to look at it. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. I got to say, I've kind of been from feeling absolute downright miserable and depressed maybe a year ago or 6 months ago, maybe a year ago, to finally kind of enjoying what I'm doing. So it's kind of like a love-hate relationship, but you do ask yourself the question during your journey, am I ever going to be able to do this? Because, you know, I've blown eight, nearly 900 evaluations, and when you fail so many times, it's very hard to really believe that you're ever going to be able to do this. But I think for me, Guardian Angels Traders helped me stay out of trades, helped me stay out of revenge trading through a long enough period for my accounts to start to grow, for me to get to realise that actually, when I don't revenge trade, my accounts start to grow. So, do you remember what we just talked about this trade there? We've got a leg down. There's a higher low there. I said I wouldn't be surprised if it triggers this, then comes down and stop that out, and it's done exactly that. So there's a leg and a leg down there. So that wouldn't be a bad way in, I don't think, if it forms right. So let's just get an order ready here.
Order
after
submitted.
a while, you do start to understand how price works. Just check Trump isn't speaking. No, he's not. It's not actually a big risk, that one on the top either. I'll have to see what happens. That's if it forms. No, it hasn't done. Trading psychology, training program. Not so much a training program. I've read a lot of books and I've tried sort of different forms of meditation and stuff like that. But the thing that no one ever told me that I've kind of figured out myself is because the emotional side of trading, there's no quick fix. It's just exposing yourself to the emotions for long enough to realise that no one's ever told me it just takes time. They've said, oh, try journaling, try this, try that, try the other. And nothing's ever really worked. And I've come to the realisation, and a double whiskey, that helps. I've just come to the realisation that you need to have long enough exposure to the emotions for it to start to become not an issue. No, I've never heard anybody say that before, but it's now I've kind of gone through it. It's blatantly obvious that if you jumped out of a plane for the first time, you'd be shitting bricks. But if you did it every single day for 2 years, sooner or later, it would be like stepping out your front door. So, you know, if you jumped out of a plane as a complete beginner with a parachute on your back, you'd panic. You'd be stressed. You'd panic. It's fight or flight. But if you did it and did it and did it, you know, like I've said before, going into a boxing ring, if you've ever gone into a boxing ring, the first time it happens, you panic, start swinging like crazy. But how do you think people who've been boxing for 3, 4, 5 years can go into a ring, be perfectly calm, pick their punches and do a good job, as opposed to go in there and panic and do a bad job? So all it is exposure to those emotions for a long enough period, over a period of time, for them to start becoming less of an issue. And then you start to do the job properly, as opposed to do the job based on the stress of that the emotions have. I'll have one more double and that's my lot. So it just takes time. That's all it is. It's nothing more complicated than that. So, what do I think now? Get cut. Do you know that's one of the best explanations I've ever read before? It's about being comfortable with feeling uncomfortable. And that's exactly right. I think when you get into a trade, there's probably always a certain amount of apprehension, which I don't think is a bad thing. It helps to keep you focused and, you know, and not careless. I think it's good to always have a little bit of pressure. I heard some psychologists say that stress isn't necessarily a bad thing. Uncontrolled stress is. You know, they say, we've heard of the saying, stress is a killer. Now, stress in your life is not necessarily a bad thing, but stress you can't control, which can create all sorts of other problems, that may be a little bit worse. So a small amount of stress, I think, helps you keep you on your feet. It makes you want to do a job. You know, if you're a professional tennis player and you're not going to walk in there like you sat in your garden on a Sunday afternoon. There's going to be a certain little bit of pressure, a little bit of stress, but I think as long as it's controlled, it's positive. It's when you go in there with blind panic that you make mistakes and make a complete cock up. And that's what happens with trading. I didn't expect that to come down. So I've been on this journey about 2.5 years, and reading the markets for me is pretty good now. But pulling the trigger is still a bit of a problem. I'll tell you something, but I've been through that exact same phase. Everybody does. And especially when you get close to payout level. What I would say is what made it easy for me was coming down from 2 contracts to 1 contract. I was always adamant I wanted to trade 2 contracts because it would take me too long to grow my accounts. And everybody goes through that phase. But what I would say to you is it's better to be overcautious than careless. So that is something everyone goes through. You're on the better side there rather than careless. It's much better to be worried about losing your money and making a mistake than just thinking, oh, sorry, I'll go along here. So I won't worry about that. That's all part of the journey. Just accept the fact that it's part of it. But as I say, depending on how much you trade, or you know what your risk to reward is, you can always drop your risk a bit, and that might take that edge off. But what I will find as well is with trading, you've kind of got, you know, we in the UK we have seesaws, kids seesaws. You know, it's a pivot in the middle, and it's like a bar that moves up and down, and the kids push up and down. So when you're trading, when you learn to trade, it's tipped down this way. So your emotions are up here and your skill level's down here. As your skill level starts to grow and your emotions start to come down, and sooner or later you hit a tipping point where you're starting to take good setups because your skill level's good. And with any job in life, with skill comes confidence. The better you get at something, the more confidence. And as that confidence grows, sooner or later it tips in the opposite direction. The emotions start to drop, your confidence and skills start to take over, and that's when you start to start to get success. That's the only way I can describe it. It makes perfect sense to me. But it does take time. And my biggest mistake was I basically heard 1,000 times, this is not a get rich quick scheme. And I let that go one ear and out the other. And I tried to rush it. And it didn't work. But it's weird, isn't it? When you become an adult and you listen to your parent. When you're a kid, you don't listen to your parents, you make the mistakes. And then when you become an adult, you start listening to people and doing things the right way. But trading almost takes you back to adolescence, and you do stupid stuff. But just keep coming back every day and learning. The trouble is we focus so much on the negative, what it feels like to lose money. It's frustrating, I'm angry, I hate losing. And what you're forgetting is the skill level is growing, and people don't focus on what they're learning. They focus on how bad they feel when they lose. But just stick at it and you'll get your rewards. No job where you can earn significant amounts of money is going to be easy, and that's the mistake people make. And I'm a champion at it. I thought I knew better than everyone. And I had a strong awakening that this is maybe a little bit harder than I gave it credit for. You can tell if only one loss might appear, my gross. Yeah, that's why I started using Guardian Angel Trader. It physically forces you not to go on tilt, as long as you obviously set it right. If you're going on tilt, I would just set it to one loss and you finish for the day that way. After one loss, you can't even physically delete the software. So it forces you to trade long enough without going on tilt to allow your accounts to grow, to start to realise, so when I have a loss, it's not the end of the day. My accounts still grow. So it forces you to do things the right way. And as long as you've still got some skills, as long as you built up enough skills, what is going on here? Is Trump speaking? Not that I'm aware of. I've still got nothing showing. So it forces you to do things the right way. And obviously you've still got to have some skills. But when you do things the right way, you realise that actually my accounts are growing and I'm starting to make money. So that's when you get that kind of self-belief. I still don't like taking losses. I don't like it. But I've, been doing it long enough to know now that it's not the end of the world. So this at the moment is just a little bit unclear. There is a second entry short which has come down. So the trouble is, the bigger my experience is, the bigger these channels up, the more it takes the scenic route before it pushes up. It doesn't always do that and then goes up. And I think part of the reason why it's done that is because this correction isn't sideways on. It's too close together. So for me, it tends to take a little bit more time before it moves up. If that was more like that, I'd have expected it to push up by now. So that's my take on this. And there's always the possibility that there's not enough buyers to push it up and it may come down. But as long as we're above here and staying above this area, then I think the chances are of pushing up to a new highs is more likely. But Mac's right in what he says. When you're newish, take every trade you believe to be a setup, and it's how you learn. Sometimes I think the more trades you take, the more you learn, because every time you lose a trade, you see this mental picture. And when you've seen the same sort of mental picture, which is create losses for you, you start to, whenever you see that picture again, something in your brain goes, I don't like this. I still say it now, there's something about this I don't like. And whenever I trust, you got to trust that feeling because it'll keep you out of more trouble. But that only happens when you've lost many times in a certain scenario when the price is doing a certain thing. I think I need to buy a Guardian Angel Trader. I have terrible time accepting it. Mate, you're exactly the same as me. I still don't like taking losses, but if you set Guardian Angel, it's almost like saying, I'm going to start a diet tomorrow when you've just finished a massive pizza and putting a lock on the fridge. If you wait until tomorrow to put the lock on the fridge, when the pizza's gone in one end and out the other, you're hungry again and you set yourself up for failure. But if you put it in, if you set your settings in the cold light of the day, you physically can't even delete the software to stop it. So it forces you to get out of that habit. And then you'll leave long enough for your skill to grow your account until you start to realize, even with the losses, my accounts are growing. It just takes time. That's all it is. It takes longer than I ever thought. It's taken me really 4 years from a complete beginner to start to get some success. And funny enough, they did a poll on Mac's Facebook group a few months back. How long did it take you to become consistently profitable? And I think 60% was between 4 and 6 years. So it does sound like a long time, but you know, if you went to university for 6 years in the UK, which you probably will in a lot of jobs, a lot of professional jobs, but only part time. I only trade about 3 hours a day on average. So I probably did a little bit more at times, but if you trade every day, now if you're in the US and you work through those trading hours, you can still trade price. You know, you just start in the morning and then you use the arrow key and you move back like this and you pretend, if you can see it, you know, you pretend this is price, and you can still use this one at a time, and you can still, you know, I believe you can play it in real time, you know, like it was. So there's always ways to trade. But I would say I probably average about 3 hours a day. But you know, if you wanted to be a doctor in the UK, you're going to be in education for 7 years. You'll earn more money than a doctor ever will doing this job, and you'll work a quarter of the hours a doctor will be working, and you'll have a lot less responsibility. You'll have a lot more family time. You can move wherever you want in the UK or in the world, as long as you've got access to a computer and an internet connection. There's nothing stopping you doing whatever you want in this business and moving wherever you want. All you've got to do is learn this, and then you've got a skill for life. You're never going to be made redundant. You can sit here and drink a single malt when you're trading. No one's ever going to sack you. You know, I could walk away tomorrow, take 3 months off and come back, and I'm straight back into a job. You know, you can't do that with any other type of business or employment. You can't start when you want, finish when you want, take as much time as you want, and then just walk back like it's never happened. You can't do that in any other business. So are we just retesting this area, or have we now 2 legs down? We've made 2 attempts to push higher. So there's always a possibility this thing may not get up here. I wouldn't count it out until we've closed below here, moving downwards. Reviewing your charts to look at. So reviewing your chart. So what I do is later in the evening. Now, I know I've been doing this long enough to know to be reviewing my charts as it's happening, because, you know, once prices moved on, I can figure out what went wrong there. So most of the reviewing I do here, but I always look at Mac's chart later. What I'll do later is get my chart up, and I usually look at Dan's chart. I'll usually look at Marco's chart, and I'll watch Mac's video or a cut down version of it. And all I want to see is, what did they see? Did they see what I see? You don't need to spend as much time as you think. 15 minutes a day. You know, Mac says study your charts. I never really studied my charts because, you know, you kind of learn as you go on. But I always posted my chart on the Facebook group for the first 2 years and said, you know, I'd appreciate some feedback. And then when you get feedback, then you can kind of, so I suppose I did in a way. I took a photo. If anybody doesn't know how to take a photo, just right click and click save chart image. I've got my images going back here. since 2001, 2, 3, 4, 5. So not far off 4 years. I just save it, and then I post it on the Facebook group and ask for feedback, and I did that for 2 years, and people say you did this right, you did that right. You look at other people's charts. So you spend 15 minutes a night just looking through what they said, what you did right and wrong, and so on. So do you not use... I use both, actually. I use Dan's and Thomas Wade's. What I find is Dan's and Thomas Wade's are quite often quite a bit apart. What I found is Thomas tends to pick off the bigger, wider channels, whereas Dan tends to stick to the smaller, tighter channels. And my honest opinion, so there's Dan there. Thomas Wade went right down from the bottom. I think Dan is closer to Pat's than Thomas Wade is. I also know Dan hasn't taken a loss since October. Now, he trades 6 ticks, so if he traded a little bit more, that may be a slightly different case. But I find Dan's charts look a lot closer to Mac's charts. In fact, that might be Mac's charts. I think, yeah, it is Mac's. There's Dan's. So they're a little bit different now. He's got a small break there and Dan has. So I find Dan is... before I started joining Dan's, my charts were a lot more closer to Thomas Wade's. No losses since October, yeah. I'll tell you something, this price action, if you know what you're doing, now he goes for 6 ticks, it's obviously a lot less of a movement. That's his movement. Now let's say an extra tip because it's usually got a breakthrough. So he would have to move that distance. So it's not major difficult if you're a good chart reader. You can do it. So I tell you now, I've looked at other traders and other streams, and I occasionally watch Tanya, who does ICT, and I can usually spot her losses because I'm talking from a price action. If we've had a break at a new high and I think we're coming down, a lot of the time she may go long there because there's a gap there. She might come down and go long. Now, when I see that, I say, no, we've already had a break at a new high. We're getting clear rejection. I wouldn't take that. So as a price action trader, it's the truest form, I think, of reading the charts, as opposed to what a lot of traders do, who might say, we've got a level up here, that's where I'd short from. We've got a level down here, that's where I'd long for. We've got a pivot point here, that's where I'd long for. So they tend to, you know, use charts in a different way, or they may use certain indicators, where I think price action traders are much better at reading where prices generally go in between. It's bouncing off this level and bouncing off that level. So that's when you can get accuracy of 98%, like people like Dan have got. You can do it, you know. So for me, I think this is the best place I can be in. I consider myself as lucky as to have found Mac. Actually, I put some of that thanks to Michael Chin, but there's so many people out there, gurus, selling you this and selling you that. You pay me $2,000, I'll teach you how to trade. In my opinion, it's a load of crap. I'm not saying they don't know how to trade, but anybody that's charging you £2,000 or £3,000 to learn to trade all dollars, I'd be very curious. Someone who's been trading for years and charging you $125 for a year, you've got a lot less to lose. So I personally think this is probably one of the most effective ways of trading. That's my personal opinion. Now, I've only scratched the surface of the markets, really. So that's kind of my opinion. But, you know, you can get incredibly accurate doing it this way. And the beauty of that as well is, you know, if you're a professional trader who may risk 1 to make 4, it wouldn't be unusual to lose 5 or 6 trades in a row. The trouble is, when that happens, it has a slight mental effect on you. You know, no one likes taking losses. you'll start to question yourself. I've lost 5 trades in a row. Is it me? Am I doing something wrong? Whereas with Pats, you can get a very high, win rate. I've only been trading Pats for just over 3.5 years. I don't consider myself a great trader in the slightest. But just at the moment, my win rate is 87.5%. I haven't had a red day this month. I had a big red day in February, but I haven't had a red day this month at all. This is my month. Bearing in mind, these are, I'm trading 1920 accounts, which is why some of these 2,000, 1,000, 1,300. And I have got a fair amount of losses in here as well. There's some there. I had one day in February where I took 2 losses. That hammered me. Where's the February one there? End of February. I had 2 losses in a day, which I rarely have, to be honest with you. But, my win rate's 87.5%. So trading Pats, you won't go for as much profit, but you'll have a better win rate. And if you struggle with taking losses, I think it's a better way of doing it personally. But if you look back to some of my older videos, I was all over the place. I'm still not sure what's going on here. We may still push up here. So at the moment, this is just unclear what's going on. Now, I did say if we can push and stay down below this line here, this may come down. And at the moment, we're trying to push back in. So as long as we get back in here and start to move up again, I think there's a chance we're going to get. But Mac charges you $125 a year. No one is ripping you off charging you those prices. I'll tell you that now. Okay, so Dan at the moment has that, which I kind of tried, which I don't think's terrible. Can you explain why you're trading multiple accounts versus trading with multiple contracts? Okay, so I use Apex. Apex is a prop firm, a proprietary firm. It's just a firm that will fund you if you can trade. So I have 20 accounts with them. So you pass an evaluation, they put you onto a PA. So I've got 20 accounts with them, as you can see this here, can't you? So if I had one account and I traded one contract and won a 3-point trade, that would make me $150. If I've got 20 accounts and traded each individual one with one contract, that would make me 20 times that. So all I'm really doing is risking one contract on one account. But because I've got multiple accounts, it enables you to spread it a little bit thinner without trading large amounts of contracts on one account. I hope I've explained that well. I feel I haven't really. You've got me here. It just enables you to trade a lot smaller but multiple times. So, I mean, if I lost a trade, let's forget I'm trading 19 accounts. Let's just say there's my only account. Forget the 19, they're being copied. So let's just pretend I'm trading this one. If I lose a trade, I lose 150. If I make a trade, I make 150, which is not a huge amount. But if you've got 20 accounts, you can make a lot more money. Limits your daily losses to one account. Yeah, you forget that you're trading 19 more that's copying you. Just focus on the one. The rest are just copying, but it allows you to make a lot more money. I'm assuming you pay a fee monthly. No, you can do. I pay a one-off fee. So at the moment, if I take an evaluation, I pass it, and I get a PA account, I pay $125, and I then have that account. So as long as I don't blow that account, I can keep that account and keep making money from that account as long as I want, basically. So now I've got 20 accounts. I can trade these for the next 10 years effectively and never pay a penny. But when you're new, so it's one-time fee. Yeah, they do 2 options. They do an $80 a month or a one-time fee. The one-time fee, in my opinion, is better. If it's your first ever account, first ever PA account, you're probably going to blow it. So it may be an option to do it for the $80. But once you go, see, if I get 20 accounts and I pay $125 per account. That's cost me $2,500. But effectively, I have the buying power of $1 million. Whereas if I put $2,500 into my own accounts, I'd be trading one contract probably. So this enables you to scale up. So it's a much better cost-effective way of making money and risking less. But, you know, as a newer trader, when you're learning, you're going to blow a lot, which is why I always suggest only ever to have one evaluation. And then when you get a PA, have one PA. When you can make money a couple of times in a row, a couple of months in a row, in other words, you can control yourself and you've got enough skills, that is the time to start to expand the amount of contracts, the amount of accounts you've got. Before then, all you're going to do is throw more money away. I shit you not. You might think you won't, but you will. And I can tell you that from experience. So get yourself, I'd spend at least 6 months on a sim, get a feel for what you're doing, and then get one valuation when they're cheap. Forget trying to turn it into a PA. Just trade it and get the experience of what it feels like to have a little bit of skin in the game. And you won't go far wrong. But it's so easy to chuck a lot of money away in this business. I can tell you now, I've done it. And it makes your learning curve a lot more painful. If you have time, can you explain what we need to do to pass an evaluation? I can do some research. Absolutely. So if you take an evaluation with Apex, for instance, now you've gave me a little bit of a clue there of what I need to pass an evaluation. So if you're new to trading, don't focus on trying to pass the evaluation to a PA account. Just focus on taking what you believe to be a good setup and just get that experience of what it feels like. Don't think about trying to pass it as quick as you can to get to PA, because if you're new to trading, I guarantee you'll try and pass it quick, get a bit of luck, pay $125 and then fail it, and you'll lose your money. So, but if to pass it, if you want to know, you can pass it in one day. The maximum amount of contracts you can trade is 10. You've got to make $3,000 profit, and you have something called a trailing drawdown, and you can't lose $2,500. So trailing drawdown is not the easiest thing to explain, but if you make $1,000, your trailing drawdown follows you up. If you come down, yeah, you might have to do a bit of research on that. I'm probably not best to explain it, but you've got to make $2,500. You've got to make $3,000 before you lose $2,500 to the best way to describe it, to be honest with you. Apex is about the best at the moment, because when I say the best, it's cheap. And I think to learn, Apex is probably one of the better ones to learn on, because they tend to have better offers, cheaper offers. But, you know, without knowing about your background, how long you've been trading for, you know, whereabouts you are, it's hard to say really. But all I will say is be very careful. Do things one at a time. Don't do 5 accounts or 10 accounts at a time. Just do it once, because like I did, I got one account. As soon as I hit a PA, with pure luck, I thought, I'll get another 5 more accounts. And trouble is, you copy them, you lose 1, you lose 5. So think about how much money you're spending, because I guarantee you can get through thousands. The more excess cash you've got around, the quicker you can get through money. So it's imperative to think about learning this with losing as little money as possible. You know, some of the Facebook groups, they'll be flashing 80% offs to you every 2 minutes, and people get sucked in and they get more and more accounts, and you end up losing more accounts, and all you're doing is making them money from affiliates. It's not about that. It's about learning to trade at the cheapest way possible. Now, I have an affiliate code. Granted, if you guys use my account, I make a cutback at a little percentage. Now, I only do that because I've got nothing to lose. You know, it doesn't cost you guys any more, but I'll never tell you, just keep getting them and buy more and more, because it's unfair. It's not the right thing to do. And, you know, I don't want to bullshit people. You know, I don't want to tell people the best way to do it is to do it this just to line my pockets, because it's the wrong way to do it. And I feel strongly about that because I had some good help and advice, and I think newer traders coming into the space, you've got to help them and point them in the right direction because you can lose a ton of money at this. And if you've got families and kids, you don't want to be putting that sort of financial pressure on you just to learn, to learn a skill. It's not worth it. I'm 55, I am, so I'm a bit longer in the tooth. And I've been with my wife now for 30 years, and she's seen me in tears 3 times. When my daughter was born, when my mum passed away a couple of years ago, and when I lost 5 accounts once. So it can be really painful to lose money and learning to trade. It can cripple you mentally. And it wouldn't have been half as bad if I wouldn't have spent as much money and I wouldn't have lost as much money. Now, fortunately, I was lucky because I had, £1,000 or $1,200 on average coming in from affiliates. So that helped mitigate those costs. But if you haven't got that, it can financially cripple you. And I'm not kidding. That desire to learn to trade, that desire to make money is a form of gambling. It's very easy to get in there and cripple yourself. It really is. So learn to trade before you start putting any money in. I'm not convinced this is going down now. As people think you're a fool, that's the hardest thing to handle. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's not easy learning to trade. The most sensible way of doing it is get on a simulator in your spare time and practice until you start to know what's going on. And once you can do that, if you get in and start risking money straight away, if you've got, I will tell you, if you've got any gambling issues or you've been addicted to gambling, I probably may even avoid this. If you've had any real gambling issues or addictions like that, I'd probably avoid it. Still gambling. Well, at the end of the day, what is the definition of gambling? It's betting on an outcome where you could win or lose money, and that is exactly trading. Now, the difference is with trading, there's an edge. You can get an edge. Now, there are professional gamblers out there which make a living, but it's few and far between. I stopped hugging. Yeah. Well, do you know what? We have a friend of my wife's. And we were talking to her, and my wife said, I trade, and she went, isn't that gambling? Well, yeah, it is. I've heard some people say it is gambling and some people say it's not. But the definition of gambling is you're taking a bet on something that could win or lose money, and that's really exactly, if I go long here, I could lose money. Difference is with trading, when you've been doing it a while, you can get a clear edge. So, the world kind of works on trading. You put your money in Barclays Bank, they're not just going to leave it there, sat as cash. They're going to be gambling it. They're going to be investing it. They're going to be making money. So, some of the smartest minds trade and invest, and it's exactly the same. But while you're learning, it's very easy to get a little bit overconfident when things go well. Speculation is a word. Okay, yeah. I mean, how you doing, Kev? You could, I've had people say that it is gambling, and people say that it isn't. So yeah, whatever you want to call it, speculation, but it's a better word, yeah. But when you learn how price works, you can have an edge, and once you've got that edge, you can make a nice living out of it. But yeah, I mean, it's that age-old debate, isn't it? Is it gambling? Isn't it gambling? People who've lost money at it and not done well at it may say it's gambling. People who've making a ton of money at it saying, well, no, it's not gambling. So it depends what your definition is, really. I suppose there's an argument for both sides, but speculation, yeah. I mean, I dare say most of you have got a pension. Your money's invested. Now, if the stock market crashes, you're going to lose some money, aren't you? So you wouldn't think investing in a pension is a bad thing, would you? But it's the same thing. Gamble is totally based on luck. To a degree, yeah, but there are professional gamblers, people who are horse racing fanatics, could probably make more money than they lose, but it is few and far between. But yeah, I agree with you, Kev. I agree. I don't necessarily see it as gambling. I see it as learning a skill and learning, to read markets and, Yeah. See, I tell you what, I had do you remember the Ruiz, was it Ruiz? Who's the black British boxer? Ruiz beat him. The odds were 52-1 for him to win. I stuck £5 and won a ton of money. So I would call that, that was a kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Do you remember it was a few years ago, 5, 7, 8 years ago? What's his name? AJ and Ruiz. Is it Ruiz? I think it was 50, 48 or 52-1. I had £5 in it. That was what do I say that? It was a technical something or other, but I won a ton of money because I thought the odds were too good to turn away just for a bit of fun. Bart, how you doing, my friend? Stop talking about gambling. Show me your dog's beautiful face. Which one? I don't know where they are now. Wilson? He's downstairs, I think. How you doing, Bart? Another guy worth watching, Bart. A guy who can play the numbers, doesn't worry about taking losses. He sees a trade and takes it. I'm a lot more cautious. Come here. Come on, up. Oh, there he is. He's had a bit of a haircut. You're right, lad. Andy Ruiz, yeah, that was it. Long shot. Yeah, I think it was 48-1. I stuck £5 on just for a bit of fun. I thought odds like that, all I've got to lose is £5. Someone who has 5 ticks NQ or contracts. Bart's a good trader. Bart's similar to me in one way, but he plays the numbers. If he sees a trade, he takes it. And he'll take 60, 70, 80%. I tend to go for a little bit more because losing trades scare me. They don't scare Bart. He sees a trade, he takes it. That's kind of where I want to get to. Andy Ruiz's shape. I know, yeah. You're welcome, mate. Good on you. Andy Ruiz's shape. I know, yeah. He had the biggest love handles of a boxer in history, didn't he? But it just goes to show another guy who was, in my opinion, underestimated was Butterbean. Now, if you got caught with a jab from Butterbean, he floored the biggest guys in the world, but he was massively fat and overweight guy. But some people have just got natural power, and if you catch someone, Butterbean, very handsome dog, thanks, mate. He's had a bit of my wife cut him a couple of days ago, so he's had a bit of a scalp. But he's not looking at his best. He's not looking at his best. AJ fraud check Francis, he's done now. But yeah, I mean, Ruiz, some people are just, I don't know, maybe. See, I've always seen, I mean, I remember watching people like Frank Bruno and Mike Tyson when he was in his prime. The difference is Frank Bruno was a good boxer, but Mike Tyson was a fighter. He had that natural aggression and killer instinct, which I don't think AJ's got. He reminds me more of a technical boxer like Frank Bruno, but he hasn't got that natural killer instinct that, a lot of boxers have got. People like Mike Tyson had. He was just, he had that natural killer instinct. Back in 98 boxing, they included Butterbean. He knocked out the finalist in 4 seconds. I mean, I've seen some of his knockouts, and even with his jab hand, he floored some of the biggest guys. In fact, I watched, was it Johnny Knoxville? There is possibly 2 legs up here. The only worry about me going short here is the fact that I'm very tempted here. Came out of nowhere. He was a naturally powerful guy. We've got 2 legs up here in a bearish bar. I'm probably going to wait for a lower high here. I like the context. My only issue I have is this still going to push up? I don't think it will. I mean, Butterbean's a beast, isn't he? He doesn't sort of, he's not like you would, you know, class a typical boxer, but it just goes to show, you know, sometimes weight, pure weight and strength makes a difference. So it's a tick off a doji. So there's nothing I can do. What I do like is we got a leg down with 2 attempts to push higher. It does look like a correction, that. Unfortunately, that bar's no good. So even if it was okay, I'd probably wait for the lower high. Is there a channel down there? There may be. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here, in all fairness. Okay, so Dan's changed his to there, which means an overshoot. So yeah, so probably no. Ben, how you doing, bud? Late to the party there. Have I missed much? Not really, mate. I haven't taken a trade all day. We've had these big swings, but unfortunately, the only one I can very close to taking was that, but it was 26 ticks. Just the bar was. But at the time, I was messing around how my chart was looking, so that's one. I think the setup was nice. Context at the time, I was a bit unsure on the size of the bar, but that, I think, looking at that, it looked okay, to be fair. 2 attempts to push up that one. Second entry short back to the EMA, possibly. But I saw this 2 legs back and maybe trying to push up to the highs, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen now. He's looking quite old now, Butterbean. He's got to be in his 50s, isn't he? I saw him a couple of months ago. Took the fell breakout. This here. Yeah, I was a bit unsure at the time. I just moved my channel to that. So now it looks like an overshoot. Trouble is, I'm not convinced this thing isn't going to come down. Okay, so Dan has got his like that. In which case, taking a short there might not be a terrible idea. He's got it like that. It actually doesn't look bad on the midline, does it? Trouble is, if it is that channel, there's nothing stopping it pushing up to the top. Little range before. This to me now is probably on its way down in some form. Did look like a correction. Unfortunately, there's just nothing. There's no trade there, is there? There wasn't anything much better on the 1,000 tick. We had a correction. There was bearish sort of bar, but I just wasn't sure at the time. A little range before the day high. So, are we going to trigger a higher low here and come down, or is this going to push up? There's a lower high on here, but I didn't like it. It's probably going to get below here, but trouble is it could trigger you and then push up, test this area. Lower high came down, didn't stop that out yet, so it's a little bit bunched up there and it's kind of in the middle of this, so I decided to leave that. Possible second entry short, just too far from that EMA. If that pushed up a bit and then finished here below it, I may have a go at that, but by the time this bar's finished, if it doesn't push up, it's already going to be at the lows, so it's just no point in taking that. So, channel down, correction, push down. So my guess is we've got a small breakout this range here. So my guess is it's going to close down here or move down here, stopping out anything there. So it's probably going to come down. I did look at that, but it's just something about it I don't like. It doesn't mean they won't work. So channel down, correction. Down to a new low. Okay, so below there. So it did what I thought it might do. Small breakout at the bottom because we had one there, often we do. So 2 legs up and a correction. Leg, pull back leg, played out. Looks like a reversal, you think so. What, to push up or down? You mean to push up? You're on about here, to push up. How far has it come down from that top? So it's come down. Let's do it the other way around. Crap. I should be doing it from the bottom, shouldn't I? That's better. Okay, so we've pulled down, bounce, bounce, bounce in between this 50 and 61.8. I was looking at the other chart. Okay. It's hard to say, isn't it, really? I have got it as a channel with a break. Channel, 2 legs up, 2 pushes down to a new low. It's just hard to trade here, to be honest with you, because at the moment price is giving that kind of feel that we're coming down. I was looking for a correction, but we just had no decent bar, so no way in. But I did expect it if we can get that to push down. But it's okay. It's all right. I had a $1,600 approved earlier. I'm still waiting on a $1,700 one. But it is taking a couple of more days than usual at the moment. Now that's interesting. Channel down with a second entry short here. Trouble is we have just made a new low. It's not going to trigger anyway. There is a second entry short. The setup wasn't too bad, but the context, but it could be a leg down and a leg down. The context isn't quite right. It's not a huge risk though. Let's see if we get a lower high. It's very tempting. Trouble is we've had two legs down and we've made a new high. The setup and the context looks okay. If it gets below there, it'll get below there, I think. But it could bounce off here. And do I really want to risk it? Let's see if we get a lower high. So, second entry short trap there. Do I want to go long there even? Ah, okay, so it did work. Well, we haven't broken below there yet. I'm guessing we probably will, though. Yeah, okay, so the second entry did work. Trouble is, as we've kind of had a correction and a new low, the setup was nice. I was just a bit worried about that, but... So 3 1/4, yeah, so that worked fine. Trouble is, it's a bit unclear here. Is this more important or is there a bigger channel? I don't think there is a bigger channel. 2 legs down, 2 attempts to push up and then down. No, there isn't a bigger channel in my opinion. That one is invalid, I think. So I like that. 2 legs up to here. That's what I'm thinking at the moment.
Target filled.
I think this is more of a range, so I think this is coming down. So see what everybody else thinks. Okay, Thomas Wade's got that similar to mine, but there. How do I feel about that? That's not too bad, actually. Now, if I'd have had that, well, we didn't have an offer in there, did we? But we had the second entry short on the other chart, in which case I didn't think that was that bad. Not sure about this. My guess is leg down. We're getting another leg down. So I think we may get this. Can't seem to find anything I like here. So Thomas Wade has got that, which I don't think is terrible. So I'm going to put that there, like that, and just clear the colour. So it's an area of interest. We've got 2 legs down. We tried to get up and couldn't. We had a little push up again. We came back up and touched it and then failed. So I think that is a good starting point for the way down. And it does fit there. So that makes sense to me. 2 legs down, which wasn't a good correction in my opinion. It wasn't wide enough. And then we tried once, a second time to get up, couldn't do it, and then it failed. So for me, this is the way down, I think. Touch, touch, touch. Possible. I'm not so sure though. Could sting you. So it has pulled away from that area there, which is interesting. I am finished today, Aaron Moore, but your stream is nice to follow. Thank you, mate. When coding 2, make execution lines, tools, easy to see trades. I'm going to have a play around with that at the weekend, Jan. What day is it today? It's Thursday. Is it Thursday? It's Thursday, isn't it? Yeah, so I'm going to download that and have a play around with it all weekend. I like to sort of have a plan for the weekend. I know Saturday afternoon we're out with the family, but Saturday evening and Sunday I'm saving for you. I'm going to have a play around. How many charts do you have loaded on your second chart? Struggling to find the offset. many days? Here, the difference here, which gives you that offset. Well, I'm trading 1,000 tick chart there, but if you trade a 2,000 tick chart, the offset is from the break end of days deselected. So if you deselect that, it's not so much important how many days you've got loaded, just the fact that you've got that on one chart and you haven't got it on the other chart, which gives you a slight difference. You can see there, you've got a bearish bar there around about where here. So that difference gives you the possibility of a better signal bar. It hasn't there in that case, but that's what I've got. But there's 7 days on here. You don't really need it, to be honest with you. If all you're looking for is a better signal bar with the same context, even a day, to 2,000. Well, I just flicked over to, they're both 2,000. All I did was I was just been looking at the 1,000 tick signal bar. Sorry, the 1,000 tick chart. But yeah, it's basically the same, but sometimes you'll get a better signal bar. For instance, 2 legs up and then 2 legs down. Looking for a signal bar here. Unfortunately, both charts look poor, but sometimes you'll get a good signal bar, but not in the other. In other words, the context is good, but the signal bar dictates whether we get into a trade or not. So that's the beauty of having 2,000 tick charts. So I think it's irrelevant. The important bit is that you've got break at end of day deselected. I don't think it matters whether I have 1 day or 7 days. Obviously, the more days you got loaded, the more it will kind of suck up your, I don't know, your PC or your chip. I don't know, to be honest with you, but now all of a sudden there, see, that is a slightly better bar. We haven't got it there, so you know, maybe it's a better option, but you play around with it. I don't think it really matters. You know, I've had people say they've had 3 days or 5 days. Just get it so it's slightly different, and I think it just gives you that extra chance of having a better setup. Ultimately, context is key. You've got to make sure the context is right. But channel down with 2 legs up. I'm looking for a push down test the lows. Exactly what we had. Exactly what I was expecting. But unfortunately, there's just no signal bar, and then it did what I was expecting it to do. But that's what yeah, it's only the last day or two I was looking at the 1,000 tick chart, because the ATR has been so high. The 1,000 tick chart will drop that ATR down, so effectively the risk is a little bit less. It kind of mitigates that risk fraction. But the ATR is back closer to kind of comfort level at the moment. So I think that's valid myself. Now we've got maybe a small trend within a trend, which we can have. That's okay. So if this continues down, hopefully it might bounce at the top somewhere in line with those two, and kind of give us, I don't know, maybe give us something. So channel down, correction, and hopefully another leg down. I can't see this thing pushing up now. For me, it's come down very steep. It can't continue like that, I don't think, which is why I think we got the spike in channel, or possibly something larger. But to me, really, at the moment, down, up, down, it just looks like a range day. The way Taylor explains it, Thomas Discord is great, yeah. I like Taylor. Unfortunately, he doesn't do as many bar by bars as he used to, but I'm definitely a Taylor fan, and that's where I learnt about this from Taylor. And I don't think it's ever gone against me. If I've had a better signal bar, it's worked for me and not against me. took a second chart trade yesterday, which was a loser, unfortunately. I'll send you on Discord. All right, mate, yeah. You still got to make sure the context is right. Ultimately, that's the most important part. I can't think of any time where it's gone against me, to be honest with you. I don't take a huge amount on one rather than the other. So I guess you've got to kind of figure out, is it more beneficial to you? Sent it. Where have you put it? On the Discord? On Dan's, yeah? Oh, is it Thomas Wade's? Through a message. How the hell do I look into them? Ah. I see. Without seeing the rest of the chart, I can't tell, mate. But I'll tell you what I will say. A tough one there. That was yesterday, was it? Was that what I pointed out yesterday, was it? I'm just trying to think. Was that yesterday, was it, Ben? Yeah, if ever I'm not sure about something like that, I tend to wait. I think it's better to wait for the lower high. Now, to me, it looks like we got a little micro channel. Yeah, oh, fine. What time is it? Yes, shame I can't see the bigger chart. Yeah, it's frustrating when they trigger and then come down and get you. Cleans my shit up when that happens. But it does happen sometimes, doesn't it? 3:06 UK time, yeah? 15:06 UK time. So you're here somewhere, aren't you? No, you can't be. 15:06. Are you around here, are you? No. 15:06. There's an hour difference, isn't there? What am I missing, bud? Bottom here, yeah? You went short here. Here. Okay, so you went short there, didn't you? So the day for me, I think, was generally up. How would I have looked at that? Possibly like that. I haven't got a short here anyway. Is it that? It is there, isn't it? Second chart was decent. I got you. Okay, so it's no better on this. So it's down here, wasn't it? So I never had a short here. Yeah, I haven't got one. So it's the doji, isn't it? What I will say there, straight away, the first thing I can see is we've got a little micro channel up. So for me, I like to still see two legs up. So for instance, this here, one leg up, pull back, second leg up, drop. Here, we've got a little push up. So taking a trade without actually seeing the bar, it's hard to say. But to me, we've got a little bit of congestion. we come back to the top and we get down here and push up. So I'd have probably avoided one there purely and simply. So you've got this pushed up a little bit more like that, haven't you? Yeah, it's hard to say. It's not straightforward, but if ever I see a little channel like that of 3 bars or more, I probably avoid it until we get a break and a new high. Yeah, that's the only thing I can see there. We haven't really got that then. We've had staggered ups and downs, which is more like leg and a leg, tiny. But with this, we've got a little push up. So I'd expect a break and a new high. So that's probably why... why I would avoid that. But to be honest with you, mate, getting in trades like that and losing trades only ever give you really good lessons. So, yeah, I think it's good to look into these things and find out. If you can't see, if it's not obvious to see why it went wrong, it's good to chat with other traders and find different points of view. And not only that, sometimes different charts as well. You know what I mean? But it's how you learn. It's how you get to grips with it. Making mistakes in this business is never a bad thing. All it'll do is guarantee longevity in this business. So, but yeah, I still have trades from time to time where something goes wrong and I'm thinking, what have I done? It happens less and less. But sometimes I'll take some and it niggles me why it happened. There was a trade I took, I can't remember exactly what, but I remember I'm thinking it shouldn't have happened because when when price action really works well, it's kind of super accurate. And it's definitely getting to the stage because someone said to me sometimes it goes wrong and my answer was no, in price action doesn't work like that. Price action is, in my opinion, is close to 100%. As it happens. The only reason that it may go wrong is if maybe something happened in the news which, put a shift in it or something. But yeah, price action's so damn accurate. You could genuinely ask the question, it shouldn't have gone wrong, or make the statement, it shouldn't have gone wrong. But I just put that down to a little bit of naivety in the market. That's how I answer my own criticism. Little bit of lack experience, and I've been doing it 4 years. In the grand scheme of things, it's not a long time, so I am still going to make mistakes, and I'm still going to, but I try and look at that as a positive thing now. I don't look at it as a negative, because I know when I take a trade now, most of the time it's because I think it's a good setup, and if it goes wrong, let's have a look. If it goes wrong, it's probably just a little bit of naivety and a little bit of Yeah, it's a tough one, that, isn't it? It does actually look like 2 little legs up. Yeah. Yeah, I get why you took that. Shall I bring it in? I'll bring it in quickly because I think it's a good lesson for people. So looking at that, touch. Not only that, it looks like a 2-tiered channel. Top tier, bottom tier, push up, come down, push up. You've only got 2 bars there, but it does look like 2 legs. So I get why you took that. Excuse me a sec. Yeah, it's. I think the only thing is to look back and see what the overall is, and maybe a little bit of sideways and a leg. But at first glance, that I get why you took that. There's no reason really why it wouldn't work. Yeah, it's a tricky one, that is. If I was you, bud, I would put that on the Facebook group and just see if you can get a bit of feedback. I think it's worthwhile doing that. Sometimes things still confuse me of why something didn't work, and in all honesty, without seeing the whole picture, I can't really see why that would have worked. And for someone to say, oh, sometimes it just doesn't work in price action, I don't think that's the case. It was here, wasn't it? See, we got 2 legs up. I mean, it may be a pullback. Let's have a look. Is there, I'll tell you what, is there maybe something like that that's a channel? Let's have a look again. So it was here, wasn't it? I tell you what, the only thing that comes to mind there straight away, we got a leg up and a leg up. There's a lot of chop here. We've come down, bounced off that and had a break. Now, I wouldn't expect a break and to push straight up. So I would expect another move down. So that might be a reason why I would have not taken that. But on my chart, your trade there looks like a break. Yeah, it's different on my chart. It's not much better on my other chart either. It looks like a little channel there, but I think what I tend to do is, yeah, see here, yeah, it's not easy, mate, sometimes. The losses find me. First loser of the month. Yeah, if you've lost one in a month, mate, I'll give yourself a pat on the back and say you've done really bloody well. But I absolutely get why you took it. Sometimes there might be something bigger. You know, we've had 2 pushes. It's hard to say sometimes. It could have been a choppy day. There may have been a little bit of news spike, which may have sound. But if one loss in a month, mate, you got nothing to be ashamed of there. Absolutely. It could have been because there was a bigger move up. You know, on the very small occasions, some things just don't always make sense. You know, Matt noted a long on the right side of that small bar. Yeah. What I would do, mate, if it does play on your mind, and I think if it does, and you don't forget it, I think it's a good thing. Because you want to try and get to the bottom of things. That tells me, you know, dedication. I want to know why it didn't work. I think it's good. So maybe if you're not sure, you're still bugging you, just put a picture on the Facebook group and just see what other people's. I think sometimes the more opinions to get, you may come to a conclusion there. So yeah, I think if something didn't work and it niggled me, I'd probably put it on the Facebook group and say, can someone give me some opinions and let me see if we can get to the bottom of it? Because price action for me is super accurate, and I don't think things don't work for no reason. I think there's always a reason. Anytime, mate. I don't, you know me, mate. I'm happy to talk trading. So channel break, new high, possible range, possible small bit of sideways. I kind of like this. It fit in there and there and there along that midline. You can see it touching there along the midline. So I think that's okay. I'll even take that up a tiny smidgen and drop that back. I think that works nice there. You can see it there 3 times along the midline, there and there and there and there and there and there a little bit. So I like that. So I'd probably expect a leg down and a leg down, which would take us, funnily enough, there. Now, bearing in mind, I've just dropped that there. The signal bar didn't form the way it did on bet. No, that's what I mean. It didn't. That's why I couldn't necessarily see it on mine, because on mine we had 3 little bull bars, which tells me a little channel. So I wouldn't kind of short at the top of a little uptrend. I'd expect to break in a new high. But these bars can vary. It is, yeah, it's not straightforward, that one. I would say 95% of the time, 98% of the time, if something doesn't go wrong on a trade for me, I can pretty much tell you why. Maybe, a little bit too risky or something like, or I missed something, but it's not often now I go, I'm not sure why that didn't work. And yours is one of them. So I put it on the Facebook group and just, people like Dan or Marco might have a little bash at it. But I think it's sometimes to try and get to the bottom of it if you don't know. You might miss something, see. There's more experienced traders out there than you. That's why if I'm not sure, I'll just throw it out in the wind and see if anybody who's been trading longer than me can spot maybe I did something or missed something. But if you can get some free information out there, which may help you, mate, every little bit of learning, every bit of experience is going to make you a better trader over time. My probability setup never guaranteed, right? At the end of the day, I've been doing price action long enough to know now that a really good setup just does not fail. Some trades, if you put a bunch of trades in front of me, I think I could tell you which ones will definitely not fail. But a really quality setup, Dan hasn't lost a trade since October. That tells you how accurate price action can be. Now, he hasn't lost a trade in 6 months. He probably takes 2 a day, so price action is super accurate. It's the most accurate way of trading, in my opinion. I obviously am biased. But for me, I can't see a reason why a certain trade wouldn't fail. But, it's kind of sometimes how it is sometimes. I just put it down for me, lack of general experience. I've been trading 4 and a bit years. Not to be a naivety, Nancy, but it's not a high probability if it's trapped and hasn't had a break. Yeah. It's very easy to miss things and misjudge things. I messed around with that channel for ages trying to figure out why it was right, why it wasn't wrong. Some things aren't super clear, and if you can't, it's why I left that. I couldn't get the channel where I was comfortable with taking a trade. Now I look at that, it was actually a nice trade. But because could you just play it again? Yes. But because I couldn't figure out what I liked, I decided to stay out of that trade. Where is it? It's disappeared. Where's it gone? Ah, here we go. There. That was it there. See, it's clearly respecting this. It's clearly working off the midline. Then we push down. We come up to the top. We come right down to the bottom. Sometimes if it comes to the top and it can't get down the bottom, that often leads to a break. But this came from the top to the bottom. 1 push up, 2nd push up. So technically it's a second entry short. We've only really had 2 bull bars, but that second bull bar is clearly struggling. The only thing I can say is because of the bigger up move, perhaps it's why it was destined to have a break. It's not straightforward. It's not super clear. It looks okay at first glance to me. Clearly a second. Clearly 2 legs up. Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? It may have been because of the bigger picture is up and maybe this was a break. That's the only thing I can think of, but it's not super clear. Yeah, it's some. I mean, at the end of the day, if we knew the answer to every trade, we'd be experts, wouldn't we? But doing it for a few years, 3, 4, 5 years, you're constantly going to come across things that challenge you. And things that maybe throw a few questions out there. That's not a bad thing. It keeps you on your toes, I think. So this to me, as I mentioned earlier, looks a little bit rangy, and we've had a leg and a leg down. Channel break new high. If you're going to take a short here, a lower high, this will be the place to do it. Unfortunately, we had neither. Funnily enough, on the other 2000 tick chart, we had both. We had a bearish bar there, a lower high and a failure. So bounce in the same place. 2 legs up, that one worked. Channel break, new high, lower high, that one worked. Failure, that one worked. Trouble is, I do find it hard to trade 2 charts sometimes, because sometimes you're that focused on one of them. Channel break, new high. There's just nothing here, see, is there? We could always possibly get to the top. Very weird, right? Yeah, I would, mate. Stick a photo of it on the Facebook group later and see if you can get someone like Dan. Just get his opinion. You know, I'm happy to take feedback from people. That's why I put my chart on for 2 years, because I figured there's experienced traders out there. I'd rather throw it towards them and see what they can come up with. But it does help you pick up. You know, we all get times where we're thinking, I'm not sure about this. Something doesn't seem quite right. And I think it's good to just throw it out there and see other people's take on it. It's a shame we didn't have something like a lower high there. So I'm no longer thinking this thing is now going to push up for me. I think it's likely now slowly working down. So I think overall, certainly at the moment, this day is just looking like a range there, I think. The last few days, more or less, if you drag everything together, it's more or less just sideways working from here to here, isn't it? But looking on that daily, it looks bullish, but the trouble is, all you got to do is get a little bit of a pullback within a bar, and it can throw this whole thing. So that's the daily. I mean, this bar was up here when we got it out earlier. So the trouble is, during a day, it can come back, push up, come back, and then end up right up here. So we push up, we go up, down, and then up again. So I think, over the next coming days, whether it's by the end of the day, I'll be surprised if we're not up to this area here. But the trouble is, the slightest pullback, even a quarter of a bar, can set this thing off 20 points. So it kind of doesn't help me, really, in a sense. I wonder how that Kraken purchase will make a difference with a Ninja Trader. Okay, so we're at this bottom here, wherever it is, maybe here or maybe slightly lower, somewhere around about here. Let's see what happens. Okay, excuse me just for a quick second. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. think Trump's done a runner, isn't he? So, hey. How long have I been going for? 4 hours. I think I'm going to knock it on the head, folks. It's getting a bit slow, isn't it? So, what day is it today? It's Thursday, isn't it? Thursday, yeah, okay. Last day, another week gone already. So, I will leave you guys to it. So, no trades today for me, just the one earlier. Yeah, you take it easy, bud. Just the one earlier, so I'll leave you guys to it. If you count on trading, best of luck. Failing that, have a great evening, stay safe, and I will see you. My eyes are bleeding. I don't know if you've gone a bit slow now, hasn't it? So have a great evening, stay safe, and we'll catch up tomorrow. Bye for now.